Good morning, Commissioner Morrison. Could you check your mic, please?
Hello.
Good morning, Chairman.
Good morning. I'm just checking my audio. All
Okay, thank you.
right.
Commissioner Morrison, I could see you, but I couldn't hear you.
Rosalind, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for helping me test it.
You're welcome.
I'm going to stop sharing here. Let's see.
Good morning, Commissioners Billingsley and Turner. Could you check your mics, please?
Good morning, this is Commissioner Billingsley. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Commissioner.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Turner. Good morning, Chairman Emeritus.
Good
Yes,
morning.
I can hear both of you. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Turner, you're looking a lot spiffier than I am. I'm not turning my camera on today.
I hear you. I had to jump off for another court hearing, so I had to put on a little something.
Look at this. I'm looking rough today. Your family doing okay?
Yeah, everybody's good. What about on your end?
We're blessed. The kids are doing school by computer, and you know, I can't remember a time when I've been at home for 3 days in a row. I'm not used to working from the house.
It's quite an experience.
Yeah, it is. Have your kids made a snowman yet?
Not yet. It's been a little
Not yet.
cold out there, so we might
Oh,
try it, you know, when it warms up a little bit, but there's still some snow out there.
my kids talked me into going outside yesterday, and little did I know they were prepared for a snowball fight, except I had no snowballs and they were well prepared. So,
So they got you, huh?
They got me good. They got me good.
Good morning, Commissioners. How you doing?
Good morning.
morning.
How are you?
Fine. I gotta admit, one good thing about this storm, it definitely allows you to clean out your freezer, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I've had stuff at the bottom of that freezer I haven't seen in years, but it helps. And when you don't have any food, you will eat what's there.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that.
People were lined up at the grocery store down the street from us at 8 o'clock. They were waiting to get in the doors.
Wow.
Yeah, in the cold.
I can't do it. I can't get out there. I'm sorry. I'm stuck in the house. I'm not going out there.
Yeah. I made my own peanut butter and jelly the other night. It wasn't so bad.
No, you get creative. You get creative.
It was pretty good. It doesn't look like this stuff is going to clear till Saturday, so it looks like we're in for a few more days.
Yeah, I think that's right.
I was looking at the record, 14.3 inches around there was 1963 was our record, and we're almost about to hit that.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We're about to break that record. This is one of the biggest snowstorms we've ever had.
Hey, have y'all heard anything from your constituents on this? It sounds like the warming stations are open. I haven't really got any appeals for the homeless or anything. I've been checking, but I haven't heard a whole lot. Have y'all heard anything?
I know that one group in Orange Mound, they've opened up one. There are not a whole lot. I think, surprisingly, especially with my nonprofit, we do offer it in one of our buildings, but there's been no real call for it.
Gotcha.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
This is Commissioner Ford. Dorcas sent me some information about the warming centers. I'm gonna send it to everybody real quick. She sent
Oh,
it to
that'd be
me
good.
because we did have some people downtown that were out there and they didn't need to be out there. So I'll send it. Give me about a minute because this BlackBerry has to warm up just like everything else. So you'll get it shortly.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
You ready to roll?
Good morning, Commissioner Bradford.
Good morning.
Good morning, Director Norval.
Good morning. Let's give Lee Hobson a moment, please. Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Cliff, do you have all the streets cleared?
Every single one of them.
I figured. Thank you for your work.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. You ready?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good morning. It is February 17th. We will start the Shelby County Commission meeting with Committee Number 2, Public Works. Please read the first item.
Item 1 is a resolution to accept the public improvements and to release the subdivision performance bond that secured the improvements to Woodland Hills 2 Plan Development Phase 3, PD 08-324CC. This item does not require expenditure of county general funds, sponsored by Commissioner David Bradford.
Thank you. I will move the item. I'm looking for a second.
Second by Billingsley.
Second by Billingsley. Good morning, Director Normal. How about a report?
Yes, sir. Cliff Norval, Public Works Director. This is kind of a standard item. The developer for the Woodland Hills Plan Development Phase 3 has completed the requirements of their agreement with Shelby County, and they are just asking for us to release the bond that they had to place in advance of beginning this development. And so the administration recommends approval for this item.
All right. Thank you, sir. It looks like you made it into the office while the rest of us are working from home. So I know your job never sleeps, so we appreciate your service.
You're welcome. Thank you, sir.
I don't see anybody in the queue with any questions, so let's take this to a vote.
Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
Aye.
Morrison, Sawyer, Whaley,
Aye.
Wright,
Yes.
Milton,
Aye.
Brooks, Bradford,
Yes.
Ford,
Aye.
Mills,
Aye.
Lowry, Chairman Jones.
Aye.
Did you miss me, Rosalind? It's Commissioner Morrison.
No, I didn't miss. I'm sorry. I do have you now. We have aye votes from Commissioners Turner, Billingsley, Morrison, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Bradford, Ford, Mills, and Chairman Jones. We have 10 aye votes.
Thank you very much. That item will go down with favorable recommendation. This concludes the items on the Public Works Committee. Next will be Facilities and Real Property and Capital. Thank you. Thank you, Director Normal.
Sir, thank you.
We can move along if
Okay.
okay, yes, sir.
Thank you so much. We call to order Committee 16, Facilities, Real Property, and Capital Improvements. Please read item number 1.
Yes, sir. Item 1 is a resolution approving a contract with Hill Services and approving the expenditure of FY 2021 capital improvement funds in an amount not to exceed $182,920 to provide for the ongoing use of a mobile temporary chiller to satisfy the climate control needs at the Walter L. Bailey Jr. Criminal Justice Center located at 201 Poplar Avenue through June 30th, 2021. This item requires expenditure of FY 2021 capital improvement project number 307367, funds in an amount not to exceed $182,920, sponsored by Commissioner Mark Billingsley.
Commissioners, I'll make a motion. Can I please get a second?
Second, Bradford.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradford. Director Norval, do you have a report, please, on this item?
Yes, sir, Commissioner, I appreciate it. Cliff Norval, Public Works Director. This is a little bit of a rehash. I believe if you recall a few weeks ago, Commissioner Billingsley asked for an update on the situation at 201 Poplar. And this is a resolution following that up, as I suggested would be coming before you a couple of weeks ago. Pardon me if I give you a little bit of background here on the situation that occurred. Last spring, we began experiencing some problems with our chillers at 201 Poplar. And at the time, we were working with Hill Services, who has the service agreement for maintaining the chillers. And the opinion at that time was that we could replace a few parts on these chillers and get them back in working order. And so at that time, we asked for a PO, an emergency PO, to get a temporary chiller out there such that they could do the repairs on the existing chiller. And that's when the original trailer came out, and that cost us about $94,800, as is mentioned in the summary document. And that was paid for out of general funds from fiscal 20. Well, after that point, they determined that they were not going to be able to repair the chillers with a few replacement parts. And so we had to continue the agreement the first couple of months of this fiscal year. And in the summary, you see that since it was already connected to the building, it was impractical for us to swap it out and enter into an agreement with anyone else. So we were approved for a sole source agreement with Hill for the $49,950. And so we felt like we could correct the problem within that particular time frame. But it was determined that we were going to have to completely replace the chiller plant at that point in time. And so we hired a consultant, and they are in the process of wrapping up their bid documents and hope to get them out on the street very soon so that we could bid for the replacement of the chillers. This specific resolution for the $182,920 is to extend our agreement with Hill Services for that temporary chiller to stay there through June 30 of 21, this fiscal year. I will tell you that we are programming into the design documents for the chiller plant replacement the requirement of the contractor awarded with that job, the provision of providing temporary chiller. So in this agreement that you're considering today for the $182,000, there is stipulation so that we can terminate this agreement once an award is made to the general contractor who is going to completely replace the chiller. And so this just allows us to maintain that chiller and maintain cooling for that building through the end of this fiscal year, or until we get a general contractor on board to replace the chiller plant, whichever comes first.
Director Norval, really good report. Thank you so much. Commissioners, does anybody have a question for Director Norval?
Commissioner Billingsley, I got a question.
Go right ahead, Chairman Jones.
So, Mr. Noble, the it's FY21 capital improvement project number. Is it the same number that we approved in the FY21 capital improvement? I'm just trying to make sure that's the same, because it just says project number 307367.
Yes, sir. I apologize for that oversight in the caption itself. If you recall, we do have a CIP project. This 307-367 is for the chiller replacement at 201 Poplar. And so it's not programmed into our general fund budget. And since we had the capital improvement project already set up for the chiller replacement, we are drawing funds from that CIP project.
All right, thank you. I'm done, Commissioner Billings.
Chairman Jones, do you see any need to edit the caption, or are you satisfied?
I'm satisfied.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Bradford.
Director Norval, is there any concern that I know the bidding process sometimes takes a while, that the contractor may not be on board in time to get his temporary chiller online by June 30th?
Well, we don't seem to think so. The engineering firm that is preparing the specs is wrapping them up. And as a matter of fact, I think they're working with, or on the verge of working with purchasing department right now to put the bid specs out on the street. And we hope that we can leave it out for about 3 weeks, get bids back, and hopefully have a contract in place in front of you guys no later than April.
Okay.
The case, we'll be able to transition the expense of the temporary chiller over to the contractor prior to June 30.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Bradford. Commissioners, any other questions on item number 1? Okay, very good. Director Norval, thank you for your report. If we could please prepare the screens for voting.
Mr. Chairman, can you give me just a second, please?
Absolutely, Ms. Guy. Take your time. We appreciate you. And by the way, good morning.
Good morning.
Chairman Turner's going to have to teach me how to tie a bow tie. He's looking sharp today.
Man, yeah, just bring one to the next commission meeting.
We'll be there all day trying to teach me how to tie a tie.
No, it's easy. It's like tying your shoe, as they say.
Okay, we'll see. I'll bring you one.
Yes, sir.
Two seconds more.
No problem. And commissioners, again, we're voting on item number 1 for facilities, real property, and capital improvements. Item number 1.
Okay, Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
Aye.
Sawyer, Whaley,
Aye.
Wright,
Yes.
Hilton,
Aye.
Brooks, Bradford,
Yes.
Ford,
Aye.
Mills,
Aye.
Lowry,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
and Chairman Jones.
Aye.
And thank you so much for your patience. Okay, we have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Bradford, Ford, Mills, Lowry, Morrison, and Chairman Jones. We have we have 11 aye votes.
Ms. Guy, thank you. Commissioners, that passes with a favorable recommendation. Item number 2.
Item 2 is a resolution amending the FY 2021 capital improvement budget in order to transfer funds in the amount of $750,000 from FY 2021 CIP project number 307366 to FY 2021 CIP project number 307398 and approving a contract in an amount not to exceed $425,000 between Shelby County government and Donna Welch for the purchase of 0.7 acres of improved real property located at 3785 Riverdale Road, Memphis, Tennessee. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of FY 2021 capital improvement program funds in CIP project number 307398 in an amount not to exceed $750,000 for acquisition, closing costs, and renovation of the Shelby County Court Clerk's Riverdale Satellite Office, sponsored by Commissioner Mark Billingsley.
Very good. I'll make the motion. Do I have a second, commissioners?
Turner is an aye. I mean,
Turner,
Turner is a second.
Second. Very good. So motion by Billingsley and the second by Turner. Mr. Norval, can you please give us a report on item number 2?
Yes, Commissioner. As you all may recall, the office that the satellite office that the county clerk operated in the city of Germantown had to close because the lease expired. And so the clerk is looking for another location to serve the Germantown community as well as the southeast Shelby County residents. And so we looked at several opportunities to lease additional space, but then we found this particular location. It is an unoccupied bank building that was available for sale. And when we began comparing the price of purchasing and renovating this bank building to the cost of the leases that we were going to have to enter into, plus renovate those locations to suit the clerk's needs, we found that we could recover the cost of the purchase in less than 5 years as compared to entering into a lengthy lease with any other commercial space. And so the purchase price for this particular location on Riverdale, which is approximately 3 blocks south of Winchester, is $425,000. We've added some additional dollars for the closing costs. And then we've put together a cost estimate of what we feel will cover the renovation costs for the space at approximately $300,000 for a total expenditure of a total appropriation of $750,000. Commissioners, there is an existing CIP project for renovating space that is currently exists in 150 Washington for the county clerk and the public defender. And we are transferring requesting the transfer of funds from that project to this project to make this happen before this property is no longer available.
Dr. Norval, thank you for the report. I think we have some commissioners that would like to ask a question. So we will go to, first we'll go to Commissioner McWright, and then we will go to Chairman Eddie S. Jones. Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Norville, I was just curious about this property. It looks like a beautiful property. I just want to make sure, is this would we be paying basically a fair market value for this?
Yes, sir. We've done some comparable studies in the location, and this is certainly at market, if not under market value. We did have the property appraised to verify that this was an appropriate amount, and the appraisal came back confirming this amount.
And then I see, and you said, I think you said it was a former bank property.
Yes, sir. It was the former Neshoba Bank originally for many years, and I think whenever the Neshoba Bank ceased operation, it was leased to another organization, and they had moved out of the property within the past year or two.
Will this require any sort of changes to the design of the actual building, or how will it?
Well, I think one of the, and I don't want to speak for Madam Clerk, I had expected them to attend this morning, and due to the weather, that may be an issue. But I think this is what the model that she is preferring to transition her satellite offices to, because it does have a drive-through window where her customers can come through the bank. Now, I think she does have some plans to make some minor renovations to the inside. But the primary expenditures for the renovation are going to be related to the fact that this the interior furnishings of the bank are original to the building, which was built approximately 30 years ago. We've looked at the roof, and it is in decent shape, and we've also done some minor inspection of the HVAC systems, and they seem to be in good working order. But there may be a few adjustments to the walls and floor plan and replacing the interior finishes.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman?
Clerk Halbert, is that you?
Yes, it is. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, my friend. Go right ahead.
I apologize. I was actually on the call. I think several of our team members are as well, but I'm understanding that because I'm on a cell phone, you can't see me. But I did want to first not only thank our team for helping find this property and looking at it, but I especially wanted to thank Director Norval. We feel like as we look at the leases across our organization, we're paying a tremendous amount of money, and then we end up, if we have to move or anything happens, we've just invested some money in someone else's facility. This is a first-time opportunity for the Shelby County Clerk's Office for the county to own its own building. And like Director Norval said, it is a bank. It has 4 bays. We're going to provide full services for the residents of Germantown, Southwind, Wind Dyke, Collierville, some of that Hickory Hill area. So we're extremely excited, and to get it at the market price that we're getting that bank. Director Norval, I think I have to tell on you just a little bit. When we first talked to Director Norval about purchasing a bank, because having renewals that can literally stay in their cars and drive up through the bays, we asked him about a bank, and he said, well, no, we don't think you can get a bank for less than $1.52 million. So I pulled up my phone and I gave it to him, and he looked at this bank and he thought, wow, this is amazing. I said, how about $425,000? So you should have seen his face, but we're really excited about it. We haven't even told our entire team about it because we wanted to wait until the commissioners had an opportunity to see it and talk about it. But we are hopeful that you will approve it, and we think this will make you all very proud. And we see the opportunity to generate far more revenues in those communities than we have before.
Clerk Halbert, thank you so much, and thank you for the comments about Director Norval. Commissioner Wright, were you finished with your questions?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This looks great to me. Thank you.
Okay, Chairman Jones has some questions. Chairman Jones.
All right, thank you. Well, part of my questions got answered. I'm always looking at these numbers, but here's my question for Director Norval. So are you anticipating having to do some CIP to the building? And if so, will this be coming from CIP funds that were already approved in the FY21 capital improvement budget?
Yes, sir. Let me go through the resolution expenditures again. The total resolution is for $750,000, and that is what we are transferring from the existing CIP project, which was set aside in fiscal 21 for the county clerk and the public defender's renovation at 150 Washington. So the $750,000 total includes $425,000 to actually purchase the property. And then we've put in about $25,000 to cover the closing costs for the transaction. And then we've included $300,000 for the complete renovation of the building to suit the clerk's needs. And so that $750,000 that we are addressing in the total resolution will cover purchase and renovation of the space.
All right, and last question. So what does that do for the CIP project for 150?
Well, we've had a little bit of trouble getting some traction on that project. We are lining up an architectural engineering consulting team now, and we will be meeting with the clerk and the public defender to finalize a scope of work, hopefully before the end of this fiscal year. But since we will not spend the actual construction dollars this year, we are proposing that those funds be carried forward into the proposed budget for fiscal 22.
All right, and from what we approved, what would be the remaining balance for that particular CIP project? And that's my last question.
All right, let me see if I can look here. The original project was approved for $3.3 million, and we've made some amendments to that budget this year. We had to transition about $300,000 over to the Shelby County Health Department construction project. And I think there was another transition for another need in the county. And so the current balance of the CIP project, 307,366, which is the clerk and public defender renovation, that current balance is $2.634 million. With this amendment, we are going to be reducing that budget to $1.884 million, and we would hope to carry that forward and then replace the $750,000 in our request for next fiscal year.
All right, thank you, Director Noble.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Jones. Any other comments from Clerk Halbert or any other questions from the commissioners? Okay, very good. Hearing none, let's prepare to vote for item number 2.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Clerk Halbert.
I was talking, I didn't realize I was still muted. I just wanted to let the commissioners know that all of the facilities, Commissioner Jones asked a very important question. I have mentioned to you all that none of our facilities are ADA compliant, and we're really struggling trying to figure out how to provide services, not only during the pandemic, but we see an opportunity to generate far more revenues than the clerk's office is currently generating. And so we are going to be asking for a meeting with Director Noble for a deep dive, because there are some things we are going to have to change. We're paying an exorbitant amount of rent for a property that does not belong to us. And we already know that some of those leases are going to be up. Whitehaven is one of the areas that I think that the lease is going to be up in the next year. So we will be working with Director Noble and coming back to you, hopefully bringing some great news, just like we have now, that will cost us far less than what we're paying currently in rent fees.
Very good. Thank you, Clerk Halbert. If there's anything I can do as facilities chair, I'm happy to join you, or anything I can do to help you, please let me know. But thank you for being here today, and appreciate all of Director Norval's efforts.
Thank you all. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Let's prepare to vote for item number 2.
Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
Turner's an aye.
Sawyer, Whaley,
Aye.
Wright,
Yes.
Milton,
Aye.
Brooks, Bradford,
Yes.
Ford, Mills,
Aye.
Lowry, Morrison,
Aye.
Chairman Jones.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Bradford, Ford, Mills, Morrison, and Chairman Jones. We have We have 10 aye votes.
Very good. Commissioners, that passes with a favorable response. Commissioners, this ends facilities, real property, and capital improvements. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call to order Community Services Committee number 8. And before calling the first item, I just wanted to thank Director Griffin for her efforts in supporting the city in the warming centers. She's expressed that there are now 3 warming centers: Hollywood Community Center, Ruth Tate Senior Center, and Lewis Senior Center. And Director Griffin says they've had over 158 people show up. That's why they opened the 3rd center last night. They have figured out food, and at some points have had to try to put people in hotels. So anyway, I just want to commend their efforts. And now, clerk, if you would please call the first item. Thank you. Parliamentarian, excuse me.
It's okay. Yes, ma'am. I don't think I'm having trouble with my webcam. So item 1. Yes, ma'am. Item 1 is a resolution to amend the FY 2021 Grants Fund operating budget in the amount of $91,443 and to amend the position control budget, adding 6 FTEs for the period of October 1, 2020 through June 30th, 2021 for the Shelby County Community Services Agency Community Services Block Grant Program. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2021 federal through state grant funds in the amount of $91,443, sponsored by Commissioner Brandon Morrison.
Thank you. I'll move this item. Do I have a second, please?
Second by Bradford.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradford. And good morning, Ms. Thompson. Heard you were going to be on. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. Again, Cherry Whitehead Thompson, Executive Director for Shelby County Community Services Agency. This item before you seeks to amend the FY 2021 Grants Fund operating budget and the position control budget, allowing for the addition of 6 FTEs in the amount of $91,443 using existing funds from the State of Tennessee Department of Human Services for the Community Services Block Grant Program. The Community Services Block Grant Program is funded to address the causes of poverty via a network of community action agencies whose key mission is helping in times of crisis, meeting emergency needs, and assisting with subsequent recovery. Services associated with this request are 100% grant funded. and are of no cost to the general fund. The administration recommends approval of this item.
Thank you so much. I'm not able to see the chat today on my computer, so I'm going to need some help. Is there anyone with questions? Hearing none, let's proceed then to voting.
Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
Turner is an aye. Thank you.
Whaley,
Aye.
Wright,
Yes.
Milton,
Aye.
Brooke, Bradford,
Yes.
Ford,
Aye.
Mills,
Aye.
Lowry,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Chairman Jones.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Bradford, Ford, Mills, Lowry, Morrison, and Chairman Jones. Oh, my screen is locked up. Just a second.
It's okay. I can report it in Sky if that's okay, Parliamentary.
It's Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Bradford, Ford, Mills, Lowry, Morrison, and Chairman Jones.
Okay. This concludes committee number 8. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's call to order committee number 7, Economic Development and Tourism. Parliamentarian, please read item number 1.
Yes, sir. Item 1 is a resolution authorizing the issuance and sale of Memphis Shelby County Airport Authority airport revenue refunding bonds in an amount not to exceed $62,500 to refund all or portion of the authority's airport refunding revenue bonds series 2011A-1 airport refunding revenue bonds series 2011B and airport refunding revenue bonds series 2011D for cost savings. Sponsored by Commissioner Mikhail Lowry.
Thank you.
I think that's 62.5 million, not 62,500, and I'll move the bigger amount.
Sorry, that's my glasses. Thank you.
You have a second?
Morrison seconds.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, we have someone who's going to discuss the item.
Good morning. My name is Forrest Arts, and I am the CFO with the Memphis Shelby County Airport Authority. As the agenda item suggests, we are requesting a resolution authorizing the refunding of certain bonds in the amount not to exceed $62.5 million at par value. These bonds will refund the existing bonds outstanding, and they'll achieve a cost savings of approximately $5 million or 8.5% of net present value of the outstanding refunded par. The existing bonds all have rates ranging in the 4 to 5% area. The new bonds will have a net interest rate of approximately 1.4%, As a result, we have a significant savings in cash flow as a result of issuing these bonds over the next 5 years. And we are requesting that the commissioners approve this resolution.
Thank you. Commissioner Ford, I saw you in the queue. Did you already make your brief statement?
No, I just wanted to reiterate an email that was given to us on this particular item. The bond resolution, as it was stated, the refund of bonds will not be obligated to Shelby County. If anybody saw the email from Saturday, it broke down to 62.5 million. I read that. It also has the spreadsheet that shows everything from the cost of the issuance fees all the way down to the rating agency fees, et cetera, et cetera. I think everything's in order. So I'd like to go ahead and ask for people's support on this item. That's all.
Thank you, commissioners. I don't see any other commissioners in the queue. All right, so let's take this to a vote.
Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
Aye.
Sawyer, Whaley,
Aye.
Wright,
Yes.
Hilton,
Aye.
Brooks,
Aye.
Bradford,
Yes.
Ford,
Aye.
Mills,
Aye.
Lowry,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Chairman Jones.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Billingsley, Turner, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Brooks, Bradford, Ford, Mills, Lowry, Morrison, and Chairman Jones. We have 12 aye votes.
Thank you. The item goes down with a favorable recommendation, and that concludes committee number 7.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Committee number 15.
Commissioner Turner.
Sir.
Are we going to special call meeting now?
No.
Oh, yes. Call to order committee number 15, equal opportunity. Madam Parliamentarian, please call the first item, the first reading of the LOSB ordinance.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Item 1 is an ordinance first reading, ordinance amending Shelby County Government's locally owned small business LOSB ordinance, section 2-224, in order to, where practicable, apply the 20% LOSB annual goal in the county's procurement process, sponsored by Commissioner Bandy Turner Jr.
To get this on the floor, because I got a question, I know Commissioner Brooks does too, I'll move it.
Second.
I'm sorry, who was the second?
Chairman Jones was the second.
Okay.
This item was moved by Commissioner Ford. It was seconded by Commissioner Brooks. Is Ms. Watkins on?
Thank you.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, I am.
Ms. Watkins, I yield the floor to you. Please give us a short presentation, and then we'll handle the question from Commissioner Ford and move forward. I also think the chairman has called for a special call meeting after this item as well. So please proceed, Attorney Watkins.
Good morning. We are asking for an amendment to the LOSB ordinance to include all county purchases where practicable. As it stands now, the LOSB ordinance as it is being applied only applies to certain construction contracts and certain purchases under a dollar amount. And I am asking that that ordinance be amended so that the 20% would apply across the board to all county purchases where practical.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford.
Chairman, can you go to Commissioner Brooks first because he was in the queue first? Then come back to me, and then Commissioner Billingsley is after me.
Okay. Let's proceed in that order. I'm going back up here. All right. Go ahead, Commissioner Brooks.
Good morning. I guess my question is, with this proposed ordinance provide any liability to the county, given what occurred with the previous ordinance that we had in place?
We would need to defer to the county attorney on that, Commissioner Brooks, but I don't think so, because what happened before dealt strictly with the MWBE ordinance, not the LOSB ordinance.
Okay. So do we have an attorney on the phone that can respond to that question?
Yes, sir. Marcine from County Attorney's Office.
Go ahead, Madam County Attorney.
Yes, sir. No, there's a different standard in the law for MWBEs because we are using race-based classifications. We're not using race or gender to make decisions in the LOSB, so we don't have that legal standard to be concerned about.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Attorney Ingram. I would like to be added as a sponsor.
I second that. Commissioner Brooks has moved to be added as a sponsor. I second. Is there any objection? Can we add Commissioner Brooks without objection? All right. Commissioner Brooks, you're added. Thank you, Attorney Ingram.
That's it. Thank you.
All right. Let's go to Chairman Emeritus Billingsley, and then let's wrap up with Commissioner Ford. Chairman Emeritus Billingsley, please proceed.
Chairman Turner, just a quick question to you and to staff. What can we do to highlight these changes to the greater community? I'm curious what outside organizations that could help us spread the word about this opportunity for LOSBs. You know, I know the media picks up our meetings, but they don't always reach the people that really need to know. And so I just bring that up. I don't expect an immediate answer, but if there's any way we can get the word out in maybe some non-traditional ways about this, I think it would help. And that's just my suggestion.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that, Chairman Emeritus. We had set aside a budget for PR, but we had to go in and take that money, I think, in the last budget season because of the budget constraints. So I think you hit the nail on the head. It does us no good to get these programs passed, and yet the community for which we would like for the program to benefit knows nothing of it. However, due to those budget constraints, we had to take that money out the budget and apply it to other needs. But I do think that we could perhaps do some PSAs, rely on some of our community partners, the Chamber of Commerce, MMBC, and the BBA and other groups to hopefully help get this word out. But I think that is a good point, Chairman Emeritus. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mm-hmm. All right, Commissioner Ford.
I'm not against what is happening, but I just want to know what's the time sensitivity to where we got to have a special call meeting so that this would pass at a predetermined time. What's the time sensitivity on this item?
Yeah, there's a multi-million-dollar bid that's in progress now with no LOSB requirements. And so I think it would just do an injustice to the county for us to pass that large of an item, or have that large of an item under consideration without any locally owned small business requirement included. So that's sort of why we're trying to get this passed, so that we do all that we can to help our local businesses. And it's no secret that as a result of the COVID pandemic, our local businesses are suffering. So we want to support all businesses, but we specifically want to support our local businesses, which we know have been very much affected by this pandemic. So that's really the urgency, Commissioner Ford. We're trying to get this in place before we start allocating these millions of dollars on these contracts, and we don't have this in place.
Sort of similar to where we didn't have it in place when the commission voted down a $1 million allocation to a PR firm. Okay, I got you. That's all I want. Thanks.
Okay, are there any other questions, commissioners?
Yeah, Commissioner Jones.
Go ahead, Chairman.
Okay, so to answer Commissioner Ford's question, I am holding up signing an RFP, and that's why we're having these special call meetings to expedite this, that will allow them time to get it out and to get it back and to bring it back to us in a timely manner, so that it's not rushed upon us to make a decision at the 11th hour. So that is what the holdup is, and to what Commissioner Turner has also expressed. But this is just simply to move this along as quickly as possible under the guidance of our rules, so that we can give the administration time and opportunity to vet this thing, get it back to us, and in a timely manner that whoever the vendor becomes, it prepares them in enough time for open enrollment. So to fully answer Commissioner Ford's question.
We're good. I yield to Commissioner Mills, who's in the queue.
I think Bradford.
In opposite order.
Okay, let's go Bradford, and then let's go Mills, and then let's take this to a vote and get to the special call. Commissioner Bradford.
Yeah, I had a quick question on the where practicable portion of this. Is that determined based on the available vendors in that particular sector? Is that something that the county determines? It seems like we've got a loophole here, and I didn't know who's taking advantage of that loophole.
Commissioner Bradford, we understand that there are some disciplines that LOSBs just don't occupy that particular space. And so I would get the EOC administrator would have conversations with the purchasing administrator and to determine whether or not we really do have enough LOSBs to actually be considered as subcontractors in certain spaces. So we do realize that LOSBs don't occupy all spaces. That's why that language is in there.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And Ms. Watkins, while you're still on, could you explain to me, I know we text this morning, but we needed to do a quick amendment. The EOC item has annual procurement, but we needed to be all purchases were practical. Could you explain that? Is that already in here or do we need to make an adjustment?
Well, that's in there, Commissioner, and when I text you and then I reread it, and it may be fine as it stands. We have a 20% LOSB goal as far as the county is concerned. And I just want to make sure that that goal is utilized for all county purchases, if possible, whether it be a uniform bid or an ink pen bid. And so when I saw that 20% goal, that kind of shook me, but I believe that language may be okay. But what I am trying to get to is that anytime the county has a bid, if possible, LOSB and LOSB goal can be included.
Okay, thank you. All right, I appreciate that clarification. So we'll leave the item as is without further amendment at this time. Okay, Commissioner, have you concluded, Commissioner Bradford?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Commissioner Mills.
Thank you, Chair Turner. Commissioner Ford and Commissioner Bradford hit on part of what I was going to ask, but what, I don't know what this multi-million-dollar contract is, but how many businesses locally does this help to try to win a bid on this big project that we're trying to push this through for?
I'm not sure. Someone who's privy to that. I know this is one item, but there are probably several other items coming forward. But I don't know the current item. Chairman Jones?
Employee health care is for that particular one, but I can't speak to all of the other contracts that's coming before us that this would apply to. So I do know of the employee health care.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions at this time?
This is Commissioner Morrison. I did have one. Just thinking in terms of our budget struggle, really. And I believe I heard Ms. Watkins say this would apply to items such as uniforms or anything. And so as I think about economies of scale and getting, obviously I support small business, but we also need to be careful that we're getting taken care, not to raise our taxes on our citizens by not getting as wise of deals as we can. So what is the range where it says we're practicable? That does seem to be a bit of a loophole. And I guess I'm just not comfortable at this point anyway on exactly what this means is financially, because there could be a range of difference in contract amounts. And if you're talking about every item we buy doing the 20%, that could be meaningful. So I guess the question is really for Ms. Watkins and maybe from someone in the finance, what it means exactly to our budget.
Commissioner, thank you for that question because that has come up before. The county has the ability to accept or reject all bids. And when we have run into issues where vendors have perhaps inflated bids based on their use of LOSBs, those bids are rejected. They are rejected. We do not intend for the county to pay 50% more for items just because a vendor subcontracts with LOSBs. So that is the safety net for outrageous prices.
But would it prevent us from getting the best value given, say you buy 1,000 uniforms versus 500? Are you not going to get a better price? And is there some kind of measure that the prices of the two, the LOSB and the other business contract, if you had two, would be within, say, a percent or something? Is there any kind of provision such as that where the county and our citizens, where they also are not going to be negatively impacted?
Well, previously, for a little history, county previously has utilized the LOSB ordinance as we are seeking to do now, where 20% of projects were given to LOSBs. And a county attorney's opinion was written that states that actually that only applied to bids under a certain amount and construction bids. So this really isn't different than the way the LOSB ordinance was implemented up until very recently. So to answer your question, when major vendors have to go out and get LOSB participation, there isn't a dollar amount or a percentage amount because prices vary, but we would not under any circumstances utilize this to allow vendors to overcharge the county. That did happen early on in our process, but I think most vendors realize now that that is not an acceptable practice.
Thank you. I see Ms. Webb as well, so maybe we can hear from her. And I probably am going to need to study this a bit more. Good morning, Ms. Webb.
Good morning. I apologize. I can't see everyone. Thank you for having me on, commissioners. Just wanted to add some additional information. Previously, when the LOSB application was made, it was based on availability. That being the number of vendors that we actually have, or the EOC data, the EOC department has registered as LOSBs versus the total number of actual EOC vendors that aren't necessarily LOSB, but in that same industry. And that's how the application was previously applied. Based on that opinion that did come out of the legal office, we have shifted accordingly to the exactness of 471 ordinance as is written today. When I see the word practicable, I think of availability. And so that's what I'd like to offer. If anybody has any questions, I can share further. And availability isn't always just, I would like to add that availability isn't always the number of vendors. It can also be availability of the actual resource. When we talk about goods, you can't always break up goods and create the availability that way.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Webb. Is there anything further, Commissioner Morrison?
No, thank you so much.
I apologize. To your other question, I think I heard that question about cap. There is not currently a cap in place that determines bids being accepted with LOSB goals on it. So for instance, the only time that we do reject is if it's the department decides that it exceeds their budgetary availability. That's when it has been at least under my tenure, that's when it has been rejected. But if they meet the LOSB goal as identified, then it has been awarded accordingly.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Webb. Anything further from any other commissioners? I see that Commissioner Ford has moved this item down to commission without a recommendation, so we can just go ahead and take up the first vote in special call to save us some time. All right, is there anything further from any other commissioner? With that being said, I second.
Do I need to read my narrative, but just to make sure everything's kosher, do I need to like verbally say it?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I move this item to the special call meeting without a recommendation.
All right, this item has been moved to the special call without a recommendation. I second. Is there any objection? All right, hearing none, this item goes down to the special call without a recommendation. And at
Chairman
this time,
Turner?
Yes, sir.
Hey, respectfully, I was in the queue. Just a quick question to Ms. Watkins.
Okay.
If you'll allow me, Chairman.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I didn't see. I apologize. Yes, sir.
Oh, no, you're fine. If our metric or our goal is 20% LOSB for commissioners who this is their second term as a commissioner, I think commissioners, you'll remember at one point Shelby County was spending about 5% with LOSBs as a government. Could Ms. Watkins or Ms. Webb tell us what percentage of spend does the county currently spend with LOSBs? Has the 5% number improved? Where are we today?
Commissioner Billingsley, that number has improved. We are hitting around 11 or 12% now. Some consistent quarters. Sometimes it's a little higher and sometimes it's a little lower.
So when you think about the total spend of Shelby County government, if we're hovering around 11%, respectfully, I think we're our own worst enemy in terms of LOSBs. We have the ability as Shelby County government to do a much better job, but I think we have to do it in a demonstrative effort with our LOSBs here locally. And again, I think the opportunity that is there, especially if we're at 11%, and if you think even about all the practical things that government has to buy, to operate, just like our own households, I personally think we can do a better job than 11%. I am happy, quite frankly, that we've improved from 5% to 11%, but I would hope that we would aspire to much greater than the 11% that we're currently doing. And I know as a staff you're doing that, but we've got to have the political willpower to increase that. And again, commissioners, I would just advocate that with the amount of spend Shelby County government does, 11% is not satisfactory. And so I do understand this is the first reading, but I will support this. And I do understand the financial ramifications of this, but again, why wouldn't we spend money with our own citizens? And quite frankly, we get the money back because they'll do their spend right here in Shelby County as well. So it is a good investment. We're investing basically in locally owned small businesses to invest back in us, because those same people pay real estate property tax, they pay sales tax, and they're developing their livelihoods here in Shelby County. So I just think that's something that didn't get stated. And Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the extra time. Thank you.
I appreciate the extra commentary. I think that was well stated, and I appreciate you, Chairman Emeritus. Okay. At this time, we have a motion by Ford. I seconded the motion to take this down without a recommendation. Is there an objection? I hear none. That item goes down to special call without a recommendation. I'll put us in the hands of the chairman.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Turner. So, Commissioner,
Mr. Chairman, they're gonna need 5 to 10 minutes to transition over. Thank you.
okay, hold on, don't do anything, because I got something else. So, Commissioners, there's another ordinance on that Commissioner Mills has that's in health about the residency requirement for nurses. And given the pandemic, I think this would also be another one that I'd like to put on the same accord as the LOSB in getting it through 3 readings. And so before we go to the special call meeting, I want to see if we can go into health and go straight to that ordinance. And then once we complete that, we will have to take a vote of suspending the rules to go to the special call meeting, and also adding that ordinance regarding the nursing requirement. So because we're still under the time constraints, I think health can begin, and I'm asking that the chair would go to the item, I think it's number 3, and
Mr.
get that.
Chairman,
Yes.
I think you need to call on Ms. Ingram. There are some requirements around specially called meetings specific to notice.
I got it. And we can call on her. I already talked to her. As long as we suspend our rules, I think we can do it. But I will, if Ms. Ingram, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Marcy Ingram, County Attorney's Office.
Okay. We want to add another ordinance to this special call meeting. Can you give us the process of how we can do that?
Mr. Chairman, what has already been noticed for the special call meeting cannot be adjusted. You can't add something to that.
Okay. Pat?
You can call to order another special call meeting if you want to, but you can't add something to that agenda that's already been published.
All right. So let me ask you this question. That's okay. There's another way that we can do it once we get into the Monday's meeting to do that. And so I'll get that one on the same track once we get to our Monday meeting, and we'll do the proper notification. So with that, now, since you're telling me this and proper notification, do we have to suspend the rules to go to this special call meeting now?
No, sir, you do not.
Okay. All right. Then I'm done. I'll just, Commissioner Mills, figure out how we put both of these on the same track. So with that said, I'm gonna go ahead and give staff time to shift us out of this and go into the special call meeting.
Ms. Watkins, your mic is hot.
I don't believe that was Ms. Watkins. Commissioners, please mind your microphones. Thank you.
Ms. Folsom, if you're still on, do we go to another link in order to set up for the special call?
No, please remain on the current webinar. We're changing the system. We're not changing the webinar feed. Thank you.
Say no more. Thank you.
This is Commissioner Turner. While we're switching over, I had a question with the whole exchange before. So if we do this and we pass this LOSB first reading, I guess we're to a second reading on Monday. Can we do more than one reading of an ordinance on the same day? So if we get to Monday, can we do the second and third readings on the same day, or is there a rule there that we have to allow a couple of days in between a second and a third reading?
There's a 7-day window of time that has to pass, but I know that Ms. Ingram is on the line, so we'll let her speak to that. That's in the charter.
Attorney Ingram, while we're waiting, if you could address that.
Marcy Ingram, County Attorney's Office. I believe the question was how soon can you pass an ordinance? And according to the charter, it would be 8 days because there needs to be at least 7 days between the first and third reading.
8 days. So for the nursing ordinance that we just talked about, we could technically do first and second readings on everything on Monday, but we would need to wait, I guess, to the following committee date or sooner to do the third reading, because we have to allow that 8 days. So there's no requirement.
That is correct.
Okay, so we can handle the first and second readings on both of these ordinances Monday, and then just wait to do the third reading a little later.
Correct.
Yeah, so 8 days would be, I guess, next Thursday.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And another question while you're on, Ms. Ingram, if we wanted to do a additional special call on the nursing ordinance, could we do that at the heel of the agenda or just at another certain point in time before we conclude today? Did you get that, Ms. Ingram? Or did anybody hear that?
This is Karan Folsom. I think that will be a problematic, as that hasn't been noticed at all for a special meeting, but I'll let Ms. Ingram speak to that. She may have more information that's valuable.
No, I got you. So on the nursing ordinance, we could do one reading today, which is just the committee. Then we could do a regular commission on Monday, and then do a special call committee and a special call commission on Monday. if we wanted to get this to a second reading and leave it Monday.
Commissioner Turner, are you asking me that?
Yes, ma'am.
Marcy Ingram, County Attorney's Office. Yes, sir. The procedure would be for you to have the special call committee meeting, but it would need to be after the commission meeting, or you could take a break after you read the item on the commission agenda, the nursing ordinance item on Monday. And that way you can have the committee meeting for a second reading and then have another special call meeting at the same time.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Chairman Turner and Chairman Jones, this is Commissioner Billingsley. So I just want to be sure we're perfectly clear here. There is no way for us to abide by our rules or suspend the rules to not be able to do a first reading on the nursing order and ordinance today. Can we just get a clear that is not possible, or a pathway to make that happen?
Marcy Ingram, County Attorney's Office. I would be concerned about the notice requirement if you added that item onto today's agenda because it was not published. Typically, when you have a special call meeting, it's narrowly tailored and it gives the public adequate notice that if they wanted to speak on a matter, they have time to do that. And doing that on the same day for a special call meeting, I don't think would be in compliance with the state law for special call meetings.
Councilor Ingram,
you can have a special call meeting tomorrow, but not today, or you could do it on Monday.
Yeah, Councilor Ingram, thank you for the further explanation. Thank you.
My privilege.
And to that point, Commissioner Billingsley, I think we can get it on fast track and have both of these ordinances given the proper notification to do so on Monday and keep them on the same course of 3 readings.
Thank you.
Chairman, we're ready.
All right, thank you. So I'd like to call to order special call meeting. And I know we don't have our deputy here to move us forward in calling the meeting to order. Or do we?
No.
Okay.
No, sir, we do not.
Morrison is here. I don't know if you got me.
We haven't done the roll call yet.
Right. So let's go ahead and Commissioner Billingsley, can you open us up with a prayer?
Thank you, Chairman. Let us remember we're in the holy presence of God. Dear Lord, we thank you for this day. We ask you for wisdom and guidance for our county staff and for all of our elected officials. We especially ask for your protection for those people that are in our warming centers today, or maybe in a cold home, or feel like they're all by themselves. Let's lift up everyone in Shelby County today for peace and safety. We also ask for your protection of our law enforcement, our first responders who are out in very, very cold temperatures today. We ask this in your name. Amen.
All right, thank you. All right, let's go into the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Madam Clerk, can we call the roll?
Commissioner Billingsley?
Present.
Turner,
Present.
Sawyer,
Present.
Present.
Whaley,
Present.
Wright,
Present.
Milton,
Present.
Brooks,
Present.
Bradford,
Present.
Ford,
Present.
Mills,
Present.
Lowry,
Present.
Morrison,
Present.
Chairman Jones.
Present.
We have 13 present.
All right, we have a quorum. Madam Parliamentarian, please read item number 1.
I may need Marcy to chime in, but I think that the rule be suspended to the with respect to the notice requirement because it's being heard less than 48 hours. And I think there's a distinction between the publication, which waived, and the amount of notice, which can be waived in accordance with AG opinion. So it's a legal issue, so I'm gonna kick that over to Marcy. Okay, she said that that is correct, that she's muted, so I don't know if it's necessary for
Yeah,
the topic.
I'm sorry, I'm unmuted now. Yes, Madam Parliamentarian, that is correct what you stated. So there will need to be a suspension of the rules that require the 48 notice requirement.
This is Commissioner Turner. I move to suspend the rules.
I second that, Billingsley.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor to suspend the rules by Commissioner Turner, seconded by Commissioner Billingsley. Can we do this without objection? All right, hearing no objections, we'll suspend the rules to hear this item. Madam Parliamentarian, please read item number 1.
Yes, sir. Item 1 comes from the Equal Opportunity MWBE LOSB Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner. Item 1 is an ordinance first reading. Ordinance amending Shelby County Government's locally owned small business LOSB Ordinance Section 2-224 in order to, where practicable, apply the 20% LOSB annual goal in the county's procurement process, sponsored by Commissioner Vandy Turner Jr.
All right, can I get a mover and a seconder on this item?
Turner moves the item.
Second, Bradford.
So this item's been moved by Commissioner Turner, seconded by Commissioner Bradford. Commissioner Turner.
Chairman Jones.
Yes.
Chairman Jones.
Yes,
In the
Commissioner.
committee meeting, I was added on as a sponsor as well. It was not reflected in the recording. Not a parliamentarian.
I move to add Commissioner Brooks as a sponsor for the special call in congruence with what at the committee date, meeting.
All right. All right, so moved by Turner, seconded by Brooks. Commissioner Brooks added as a sponsor. Can we do this without objection? Hearing no objection, Commissioner Brooks, you added as a sponsor. All right, Commissioner Turner, you have the floor.
Thank you. This item comes to a special call without a recommendation. I think we discussed it just less than 30 minutes ago. This is first reading. I would ask for the commissioner's report on this item. And as stated, we have 2 more readings. So I move the item. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Are there any other commissioners that have questions regarding this item?
Chairman, one question, Commissioner Ford.
All right, Commissioner Ford, you have the floor.
I only got one question very quickly. I know in committee we discussed that there was this multi-million-dollar contract, and I mentioned one, but I know that, you know, the only multi-million-dollar contract that I would think that we would have come up would be the healthcare coming up. So I may not be correct on that, but if this ordinance is driving to ensure that there are no means for others to get an unfair advantage or for others to get a uneven advantage, I do support the ordinance, but I don't know if you, Mr. Chairman, or anybody else know if this was, if that is the case, on why we're moving this ordinance to be modified accordingly. I just want to make sure whatever the process is in place, that it's fair across the board. So when multi-million dollars was brought up, I could only think of things that are related to either possibly public works or healthcare. So I don't know if you're privy to what may have transpired, but if we can get an answer on this, since we got 3 readings, I would love to know what the driver is on this. I don't miss this, but I know the reason it came up is because of the nature of whatever that multi-million-dollar contract is. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead, Chairman. The only item that I know this is for what Commissioner Jones stated. Any other item has not been contemplated with this ordinance. My understanding on the healthcare is that that's really just going to be renewed for another year because there's a lawsuit pending in that matter, Commissioner Ford. I think we've been sued, and that's in the hands of our counsel. So it can't be for the jail healthcare. And my understanding with that is we're just going to continue that out for another year and then rebid that out. So that wouldn't be something that's pressing now. I don't even know if that would be done in this term, knowing that we end this term on September 1, 2022. So it's definitely not the healthcare for jail. And I'm not aware of any other item that is pressing at this particular time other than what Chairman Jones has already stated. Thank you. And I think Chairman Jones, I cut you off. I apologize.
That's okay. And so, Commissioner Ford, this is strictly for the employee health care. There's an RFP that needs to go out, and it needs to go out in a timely manner so that we're not beating up on the administration for bringing something to us at the last hour. They are trying to get ahead of it, and so that all of those concerns that we had in previous attempts to approve our employee health care, they're doing checks and balances so that this is not brought back to us in the last hour. So that is all that this is doing, but it will also impact other contracts that have not been brought forth yet. And so, and currently I could not sign it without some type of LOSB requirement, because quite frankly, if we don't do this, then there's no requirement. And that's a huge contract. And to not have any locally owned small business participating, and in the midst of businesses shutting down due to the pandemic, this ordinance is necessary.
I agree with you. I just wanted to make sure that everything that was said was completely on record. So if/when particular items come back up, I can always come back and reference this meeting on February the 17th on why we're here. Thank you.
All right. Any other commissioner wishing to speak on this item?
This is Commissioner Morrison. I'm going to abstain today. I really appreciate this ordinance and our desire to, and really loved hearing that our numbers have improved at least to 11%, and hope we will soon be at the 20% for LOSB. I just would like somebody to respond to a couple of questions before the next vote. First question being clarifying that this is absolutely limited to Shelby County and our citizens. And then second, I just want to learn more exactly what is the change. I guess I'm just not quite understanding, because I was under the impression we basically had a 20% goal. And so I just want to understand exactly one more time the change. If someone could send that to me from the administration in writing, or maybe Ms. Ingram, how does this ordinance change what's already on the books? That's all. Thank you so much.
All right, and so I will do this, Vice Chair. So, Ms. Ingram, can you send something specific to those questions for Vice Chair Morrison? Also, Ms. Webb, can you follow up and send information as well? And Ms. Watkins, or all three of y'all can get together and just make one collaborative report back to the Vice Chair. So that's what I'm requesting on that item. All right. Are there any other commissioners wanting to speak? All right. Hearing none, let's go ahead and Madam Clerk, prepare the screen for voting.
Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
Aye.
Sawyer,
Aye.
Whaley,
Aye.
Wright,
Yes.
Milton,
Aye.
Brooks,
Aye.
Bradford,
Yes.
Ford,
Aye.
Mills,
Aye.
Lowry,
Aye.
Morrison,
Abstain.
Chairman Jones.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Sawyer, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Brooks, Bradford, Ford, Mills, Lowry, and Chairman Jones. Commissioner Morrison has abstained. We have 12 ayes and 1 abstain.
All right. That item passes. Is there any more, well, I don't think there's any more business before this body and this commission. So do we have any announcements or statements from any commissioner? All right, hearing none. This meeting is adjourned until our next meeting, and that would be February 22nd, 2021. So, meeting adjourned. All right, and so we're going to switch back the screens, Madam Clerk.
Give us about 5 minutes, Chairman.
All right. So we'll wait on you to start it back up. And I believe when we come back, Commissioner Turner, I think you will have the floor for hospitals and health.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Eddie Jones.
All right, Commissioner Turner, you have the floor.
Just a moment, Chairman. She doesn't have it up yet.
She's not ready.
Then we gotta wait for it says the webinar has now begun or something.
No, the broadcast has already started. She's starting the Granicus system to go back to committee. Just give her a moment. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thanks.
We're almost there. Just patiently wait for us. Couple more minutes. Thank you.
I apologize for the delay, ladies and gentlemen. I'm ready now, though.
Hey, Evelyn, your screen is not caught up yet, so just give yourself a couple of seconds.
All right, just let me know when y'all are ready.
Okay, I've got a roll call in. So committee number 3. You can go ahead now. Thank you for being patient.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, this is, I call to order committee number 3, Hospitals and Health. We first have an update. Madam Parliamentarian, could you call the first item?
Yes, sir. Item 1 is an update, COVID-19 pandemic in Shelby County, Tennessee, to last approximately 30 minutes with Dr. Elisa Haushalter, Shelby County Health Department Division Director, presenting.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. I think we have Dr. Randolph here with us this morning. Welcome, Dr. Randolph. I can already tell you, as you would already suspect, if you could include in your presentation the switch at the Pipkin building to the city of Memphis, also include teacher vaccinations and how we're supporting that. And finally, could you include any new sites that are going up? I'm hearing sites are going up in Frazier, North Memphis, so on and so forth throughout the county. If you could include those 3 items in your presentation, we would appreciate it. And we'll yield the floor to you, Dr. Randolph. We appreciate what y'all are doing, and we thank you so much for being here with us virtually.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner, and good morning to all the commissioners. I think Dr. Haushalter may be on also, and she can add to what I have to present. First, what I like.
Dr. Randolph, she's not listed right now.
Oh, she's not? Oh, okay. So what I'd like to do first is just sort of give an update on our data and then proceed with some other updates, even including what Commissioner Turner has requested. So reporting today, our total number of cases since the pandemic began is 86,606. We've conducted a total of 1,001,988 tests, in which 9.9%, roughly 10% of those have been positive. Currently, of the 86,606 cases, 2,385 are active presently, which accounts to 2.8%. So we've experienced a decrease in the number of active cases occurring here in Shelby County. Today, we're reporting 84 new cases, and our 7-day case new cases is steadily decreasing. We're reporting 1,441 deaths, which represents 1.7% of the total cases. So looking at that data, it tells us that of the 86,606 people who was infected with the virus, 96% recovered, 2.8% is currently infected or actively infected, and 1.7% of those died. Our test positivity rate is 7.4%. The other thing that I'd like to just mention is the new health directive number 18 that will be released today, and it will become effective February 20th. And the update in the new directive pretty much includes an update in the guidance for mask wearing, in which the CDC is emphasizing layered mask, not necessarily wearing 2 masks. You can if you want to, but more importantly is that the mask should be at least 3 layers and should fit tightly. We will, in the new directive, allow indoor smoking and vaping. Our position is that we do not recommend it. We consider it to be high risk, but we're not prohibiting it in those businesses in which is allowed according to the state law. Also, in the new directive, we are extending in dine-in services to midnight. Individuals can remain till late as 12:30 a.m. if they're in the course of eating when midnight comes. Also, individuals will be allowed to sit at the bar top 2 at a time, separated at least 6 feet. They can only be there for 2 hours. The bartender and others serving them would wear protective gear, including the mask and face shield. Also, the health directive would treat smoking cigar bars and vapor lounges is the same as all other restaurants, limited or full service. Yes, we are, as it relates to vaccine sites, and many of you may be aware that the city of Memphis will assume responsibility for logistics, administration, oversight of the Pipkins building. Also, we are expanding sites in the Raleigh area. We are opening up, and we'll announce that we will have a site at the Greater Money Church. Bishop Bill Atkins is the presiding pastor of that congregation. And we're looking to expand other sites. We have entered into some agreements with school systems to work with them in terms of ensuring that teachers are vaccinated, and we will work with them to establish specific pods to make sure that occurs. I'll stop there and entertain any specific questions that you may have. The details about the vaccination sites, that particularly relates to the teachers, Dr. Haushalter will have and be able to give.
All right, thank you. I think first we have is Ford, Commissioner Ford.
All right, thank you very much. I know we're going to revisit this in Commissioner Sawyer's Education Committee, but I just want to go ahead and get your professional insight on what's going on with a few things. So I have had a lot of teachers and support staff folks from Shelby County Schools, Green Dot, Charter, contact me while I'm trying to work on making sure that people in my district get their power turned back on and things like that during this snowstorm. So I'm gonna try to go through real quick. First thing, there's about 6,000 teachers. If you just include SES, and you got probably another 4,000 or 5,000 support staff and whatnot. I looked at the CDC guidelines that have been on TV and in print, and I know that they say that we can open up schools. They said that it's not necessarily required for teachers to get vaccinations, but they strongly recommend it. As a former teacher, I would say that it should be a requirement before these teachers go back into a classroom where many of those kids have not been vaccinated. They may have particular illnesses coming up. And I'm speaking from experience because I was in the classroom for 14 and a half years. So I see things that probably none of my commissioners have necessarily seen in a professional occupational capacity. So my question is, have there been any communication with Shelby County Schools as far as making the accessibility for the 6,000 plus teachers who have to report back to school on Monday? How can we make them prepared accordingly?
Well, to be honest with you, returning teachers to in-person class will be a challenge, but as CDC and Dr. Fauci mentioned, and I'm in agreement, that it requires some special efforts to make sure that's wearing and social distancing, as well as ventilation is in place. Now, in terms of specific conversations and meetings that the health departments had with the school board, it's my understanding that there has been, I have not been involved in any direct conversations, but have given the instructions to our COVID team that works with schools that we must reach out to Shelby County schools, be available to actually go in and do inspections and provide technical assistance and education as needed, and to work with them to show how best we can allow students and teachers to return to the classroom.
Okay. Just a couple more questions, and I'm gonna let other folks who are in the queue speak. I'll ask some more of those questions when we get to the education, because school starts in 12 days and teachers report in 5. And one thing that plenty of my former colleagues have asked is, what is the actual plan? If any of them are listening right now, I don't think they would be that confident that there is an actual plan for teachers that go back in 5 days and students that may go back in 12 unless they decide to stay at home. So let me ask my other 2 questions real quick. I do know that at the beginning of the snowstorm, and I understand this, so let me preface this. I know that there's a shelf life of the vaccines, to where I knew that we were supposed to have people come in. Like, I was supposed to go in today, this afternoon, but I know things have been pushed off. And I know that those vaccines have to be utilized accordingly, otherwise we lose them. I get that. But if we got 200 plus schools and we got 6,000 plus teachers and whatnot, do you think that it would be viable to have, I know we said we got additional stations, but in order to take care of our teachers who have to go back into the classroom, and those classrooms can have 30 to 35 people in them possibly, would it be viable where there would be a small substation in each one of those schools? You would have all of the teachers there. You could basically wipe out one particular, well, I don't want to say wipe out. You could take care of one particular population that is critical to our youth. And I'm asking because one of the individuals who represents teachers wanted me to ask this particular question. And then I only got one other question. I'm going to ask it now. So I do appreciate us trying to make sure that people get vaccinated, but I did get some people that did call or email me saying, now, wait a minute, if there's 8 inches of snow out there and you want us to go ahead and try to get vaccinated, if this was a school day, school would be out. So I wouldn't necessarily risk my life to go to the classroom. You want me to risk my life in 8 inches of snow, slipping and sliding to get vaccinated? They didn't understand the logic on that. But I do know that there's a shelf life on particular vaccines, to where if we don't use it, we lose it. But at the end of the day, I just want to make sure that that subpopulation, in any shape, form, or fashion, we can go ahead and find a plan, a viable plan, not just a plan to get on TV, not a plan to just get in the paper, but one that is viable to where everybody wins at the end of the day. And that's all I'll say on that, Chairman. I will hold my other questions when we get to the Education Committee, because I have a lot. Thank you.
Okay, so before you answer that, Dr. Randolph, go ahead and follow up on that. We do have Director Househalter with us, and we had Dr. LaSonia Hall, but I saw her leave the screen, and I think she did that because you're on now, Director Househalter. But if Dr. Hall had any additional commentary, I would recognize her as well after you, Director Househalter. So we'll go back to you, Dr. Randolph, then Director Househalter, and then to Dr. Hall to wrap up Commissioner Ford's questions. All right, Dr. Randolph.
Well, I'm going to yield to Dr. Househalter to answer the question because I think she has more information to be able to answer that as it relates to the vaccine availability for teachers and why we're making it available today.
Thank you, Dr. Randolph. Director Househalter.
Thank you, Elisa Househalter, Director of the Shelby County Health Department. And I apologize I wasn't on earlier. We're actually dealing with some vaccine delivery issues, so I was trying to address those. In response to the questions about schools, I heard a portion of the question, but I'm going to start with just some overall comments about the plan. We have been meeting with Shelby County schools, the municipal schools, and the independent schools for some time now, and there is a plan in place. So with Shelby County schools, the intent is to be able to use.
Hold on, excuse me, Director Househalter. What is that? What else is coming in? Ms. Fossum, do you hear that?
Yes, sir. Hold one moment.
That's not here.
Hold one moment.
Okay.
We're also obviously going to talk about COVID. So this is what I like to do is answer your question. On Saturday. So many people email me, DM me, asking me questions about COVID.
That sounds like Megan.
It's muted. That was Commissioner Brooks. Thank you.
I still can hear it. Can y'all still hear that?
Yeah, yes.
It sounds like Megan.
Yeah.
No, it's not Megan.
Okay. All right. Let me see something. Okay. Go ahead, Director Househalter.
Okay. Elisa Househalter, Director of the Shelby County Health Department. I first wanted to talk about the plan because there has been a plan in place for some time. We were waiting for the ability to move forward into the phase for teachers. So we've been working with Shelby County schools, as well as municipal schools, as well as the independent schools, and the Catholic schools have aligned with the independent schools. And then I know there are some other schools that Commissioner Sawyer had shared with Mayor Harris that were not part of the joint task force, and we have that information now as well. For each of those organizations, we've agreed teachers are teachers. And so there's the ability to set up what we would call high throughput pods at 2 locations at Shelby County schools. One of those was used just the other day as a pilot when we had some extra vaccine. Another is the Bartlett High School. So there are a variety of sites that will be set up over several weeks for any teacher who wants to get vaccine to be able to get the vaccine. Initially, we had hoped to begin that around February 15th, but had been cautioned by the state not to move forward that quickly. So when the Unified Command team was here visiting us, we talked about March 1 as a start date. Now we know yesterday that the state said they would move into teachers beginning next Monday. So we will look at our calendars and determine what is the official start date for all teachers, and then we will begin holding pods at those various sites. it does make sense, I think, for each school if a small team could come to that school. But getting the vaccine out into the field is very labor intensive, and it's very, I'll use the word finicky vaccine. You have to maintain temperature and so on. So the more that we can do those high throughput pods, the more efficient we'll be at getting the vaccine out to the teachers. Then for the 2 events that we've hosted this week, that is because of the canceling of the pods because of inclement weather and the need to use vaccine in a given period of time. My instruction to our team, and when we were brainstorming how we can make sure we get the vaccine utilized and to people who need it, we talked about what are populations that we can give vaccine to indoors. And we knew that we had at least 1 site, but likely 2 at Shelby County schools that could be used, and at least 1 site in Bartlett that could be used. We knew how much vaccine we had available, and so we proportioned that 2/3 for Shelby County schools and 1/3 for the municipal schools. And there was an agreement amongst municipal schools and Shelby County schools that teachers from both places could go to either site. So no, we know it's not ideal, but it's not the only opportunity for teachers to get vaccinated. We saw it as a good opportunity to use the vaccine and get the teachers at least started for those who are able to make it to a particular site. Then the last thing I want to mention is the CDC has issued new guidance for returning to schools, and Dr. Randolph has likely referenced that. That guidance does not mandate or require in any way that teachers be vaccinated prior to returning to school. And so they can return to the classroom and be working on getting vaccinated simultaneously. One doesn't have to precede the other. And that's the only comments I have at the current time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Director Haushalter. Anything further? Dr. Randolph? Yeah, I think you're muted. Okay.
Nothing else.
All right, Dr. Hall.
Thank you, Chairman Turner, Lasagna Harris Hall, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer. I think Dr. Haushalter has provided the answers to your questions as it relates to teacher vaccination. And I just want to continue to commend her and her leadership for just being such a dedicated servant, public servant to our community. You asked about new sites, and the administration is planning to open new sites at the Greater Amani next week. We also have a wonderful partnership with Southwest Tennessee Community College. And I think that should answer all of your questions, but I wanted to appreciate you for acknowledging me on this behalf. Thank you.
Dr. Hall, before you leave, I know we're in the middle of a snowstorm. What's the protocol for the sites over the next few days? Are we shut down these next couple of days because of the snow and we are to reopen this weekend, or when is the earliest date that you foresee us reopening?
Yes, sir. Because of the severe weather, it was just deemed unsafe to open the vaccination sites or traditional sites that we've operated from to date. So we are planning feverishly to make sure that the sites are up and operable by Saturday. And if anything should change as it relates to the weather, then we'll be sure to get communication out appropriately.
Thank you, Dr. Hall. Okay, Commissioner Sawyer. Commissioner Sawyer, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. Hello, Dr. Haushalter and Dr. Randolph. I'm not sure which one of you is still on. Oh, hey, Dr. Haushalter. Okay, so I have a few questions. Mostly my questions are regarding vaccine locations. And so I know we have closed the vaccination locations this week due to the weather. Dr. Haushalter, I saw your text this morning about the location at Mullen Station. So my concern remains to be how we get information out to folks, because there's, again, a lot of community anger that most of the locations were closed, but this Mullen Station location was open yesterday, and people were just, it was, again, just word of mouth. At least that's how the community received it. And so just a lot of folks, who are saying, like, once again, if they had known, they would have gone. Why did we open Mullen Station and not the other locations? I understand part of that was to get rid of some vaccine that would have expired. But what's up with VaxQ? Why are we still using word of mouth?
I'm good at, I had to double check. It's morning. Good morning. Elisa Haushalter, Director of the Shelby County Health Department. We are using VaxQ. So what we do is when we have a site, we look at what are the populations that are on VaxQ or listed in VaxQ that we want to notify. So an example is people over 70. How many people do we have over 70? And then we determine, should we send that list out hourly or all at one time? So we are using VaxQ very significantly. However, having worked the pod myself on Sunday, I was asking people as they came to the line, one, can you show me your VaxQ notification? And if you don't have it, please tell me how you knew to be here. And word of mouth has been the consistent way of getting information around. Dr. Hall and I were texting this morning, and I think we have to do a better job. VaxQ is working, but what are ways to utilize that word of mouth approach or grassroots approach in other communities? Because it takes a while, obviously, to filter out. So we're using VaxQ. We're also trying to specifically outreach. So an example is that we outreach to the teachers to be able to do 2 of the pods. So if you have examples or ways to assist us, I know you probably use social media much more than I do, and have suggestions so that when we do have openings, even if we're using VaxQ, how we might spread the word to those communities that need to have access. The other thing I just want to make a comment on is we are constantly looking at how to expand the vaccine distribution. What are those important, I'll call again, high volume throughput sites, but then what are the smaller community sites that we can do in partnership with others? An example is we're working closely with community services and planning and potentially MATA to look at how we can get seniors to some of the community centers. So more to come on that, and we'll continue efforts to improve, but also, again, if you have recommendations, feel free to email me or give me a call.
Thank you. I think a couple of things really quickly that would be possibly helpful. The police department employs kind of like a pastor's brigade. Maybe that's, something, an email chain where local pastors can get that information, local organizations you could send to the NAACP, Urban League, just something like an alert as well, that, hey, we're using VaxQ, but we also might have some drive-up spots. Also, for elderly people, I'm still hearing complaints about 222 shot and not being able to reach anyone and not getting calls back. These are just various comments that I've received throughout the past week. There was one other thing I wanted to ask you, Dr. Haushalter. I can't recall it right now, so I will reach out if it comes back to me. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would just add, we're working to come up with a mechanism that all sites, not just the Shelby County Health Department sites, hopefully will move towards using the same appointment system. And that would include being able to create those second appointments at the time of vaccination. And so ideally that will continue to improve as we switch to the new state system. We do anticipate next week having what I'll call fairly full capacity at all of the sites to be able to get as much vaccine as we can out, given the closures this week, but also to get those second doses caught up for individuals who have been waiting for those appointments. We have done some extensive work with the 222 shot line, but the capacity and demand is still greater than what we have. And so we're working to also continue to improve that. So the feedback is helpful. We make adjustments, but again, with very high demand, those adjustments may not be sufficient. So any feedback helps us continue to improve that.
That just reminded me of thank you for that, because that reminded me of my question about, you said we're hopefully, are we going to switch to a platform from the Sign Up Genius where all of this is in one place and there's one link?
Yes. So
Okay.
the state is moving to a Microsoft application, and we have the ability to move to that system as well.
Mhm.
But we're actually talking, and that's through the joint task force, of whether all the partners can use one system.
Okay.
Probably Walmart and others would not. They'll continue to use their own system. But if everyone recalls, at the beginning of all the testing, people had to call different places to try to get an appointment for testing. So we want to try to reduce the places people would have to go to sign up for an appointment, and to try to share that resource as much as we can. The other is that we know that people, because they want to get vaccine, may sign up for 2 or 3 appointments in different places, like the health department, potentially at the Germantown site, the Pipkin site, and maybe even Walmart or somewhere else. But then they get their vaccine and they don't cancel the previous appointment. And then that causes a lot of no-shows and then missed opportunities for vaccine. So if we go to one system and many of us can use it, it'll reduce that opportunity for multiple appointments and free up appointments for others as well.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, anything further, Commissioner Sawyer?
That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we had Whaley next. Commissioner Whaley.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Haushalter, for the update. Just wanted to come back to the issue of the teacher vaccines, and specifically call attention to some of the schools that I don't think were mentioned, but have, I think, very clearly been left out of the process, and just try to get a sense of what we can do going forward to make sure they're included. And so those are the Achievement School District schools and the contract schools, such as campus school, that I think both in some form or fashion have actually been in person since August. And so those teachers have actually already been in the buildings, and I'm not sure if they should be looking to SES or someone else, but just wanted to ask about what, in terms of notification, I think, as you said, everyone, all teachers should be eligible. But what type of notification will they get that they're able to go make appointments?
So as I said earlier, with teachers specifically and education staff, we're doing those as what we call a separate closed pod. So an example would be at Shelby County Schools, it's, 1,500 appointments are open on given days. So what I would ask is, if you have a contact in those other schools that you identified and listed, if you could have them reach out to me, I would be more than happy then to work with them individually to determine, one, would we have their teachers attend one of the other pods, or if it's a large enough group that we would do something separate just for them. Or if you email me the person, I'm happy to reach out to them as well.
Okay, anything further, Commissioner Whaley?
No, that's it. Thank you, Dr. Haushalter. I'll certainly send them your way. But yes, that's all the question I had. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. As we move to Brooks, just a quick note from Commissioner Bradford. He's off momentarily, and he says that he'll get back on when he's able to do so. All right, from Commissioner Bradford. All right, go ahead. Next is Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Dr. Haushalter. I would just like to thank you and your staff for moving forward with a location site in Raleigh. I had talked to the team about it a couple of weeks ago, and we are finally moving to that direction. Dr. Atkins is very excited about hosting the site there at his church at Grady Money, so I just wanted to give you compliments on moving forward with that. And I know that the residents in the Raleigh and Fraser area will be very excited with moving in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, that was Commissioner Brooks, and I think after Brooks, we are going to our chairman. Let me see here. All right, Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Dr. Householder, we've heard conversation about losing vaccines because we've thawed them out, and I have a question, follow-up question. I know I sent you some information to talk with some people about. There was some equipment out here for thawing out so that we would not lose vaccines because we've thawed them out and now they got to be used. And so I want to ask the question, are we still looking at that as an option once we get our inventory so that once it's been thawed that we don't lose it?
Lisa Householder, yes, sir, we are still looking at it. When we had some initial conversations, it's not approved for that specific use. And so I'm waiting to just make sure that it's acceptable for us to use that with that specific vaccine. It was designed for another use initially. So we'll continue to have ongoing conversations.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions that I had. And I may have missed this. So when is the next directive coming out?
That's being issued actually today, and it will be effective Saturday.
All right, thank you.
All right, you appeared on the screen, Dr. Randolph. Do you have anything else to add on that?
Nothing else to add. I was just making myself available if there were some specific questions pertaining to the health directive.
Okay, thank you. Chairman Billingsley, do you want to ask the question or do you want me to read the question? Chairman,
you can read it, Commissioner Turner.
Okay. You reported only 84 new cases today. Is this a good trend or the inability for people to get tested as a result of the snow? Question.
Well, it could be a combination of both. We're looking at the overall trend. There's been a downward trend. The exact number that was tested yesterday, I don't have before me, but looking at the downward trend, that's a good number. I think that there's indication that we're having decreased cases. Positivity rate of the test that we're performing is now 7.4%, where previously it had been at one point 17.4%, and it's been steadily decreasing.
Thank you. Anything further, Chairman Emeritus?
No other questions.
Thank you. There is a question here from Commissioner Ford. I'll read it and then allow him to follow up. It just asks, can we get the Shelby County School Health Directive plan that was referenced concerning teacher vaccinations? That's from Commissioner Ford. And Commissioner Ford, I yield the floor back to you for any follow-up.
No follow-up needed. I know we're behind schedule. I'll wait and ask these same questions to see what correlations we have or lack thereof in the Education Committee. Thank you. I look forward to seeing the plan that was referenced. Thank you.
Okay, so I think Dr. Randolph and Director Householder have that. All right. Commissioner Wright, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Turner. This may have been addressed already, but I had a question, and please excuse me if I missed it, but just related to the second doses, those waiting on their second dose. Do we have a plan, or first of all, do we know how many are waiting on a second dose? Do we have a plan to get those people taken care of? And do we have any further knowledge about what happens if we miss the window for that second dose?
This is Dr. Householter. She's still available to address. If not, from the perspective of second, oh, there she is. I'll let Dr.
Go ahead, Dr. Randolph. I'm sorry. And again, I apologize. They're delivering dry ice and vaccine while I'm here, so I apologize.
From the perspective of the second dose, in terms of how critical it is to receive it after receiving the first dose, of course, the recommendation is that if you receive Pfizer, you should get it 21 days afterwards. And if you receive Moderna, it should be 28 days. However, there is not a maximum interval in which a person can get that second dose. Ideally, you want it 21 to 28 days, but it can be longer. And so we have rescheduled those who were scheduled to receive the second dose. They will be rescheduled, and they're not at any increased risk of it being less effective if they get it days after when it was originally scheduled. And Dr. Householter may want to add anything else.
I would just add that the newer CDC guidance recommends a window of 6 weeks potentially between that first and second dose. But again, even if it was beyond that, it doesn't lose its effectiveness. But people do receive a card that has that exact date on it. And so I do believe there's a perception that it expires on that day if they don't get the second one, and causes a lot of anxiety for people. And so as what I noted earlier, is we're working really hard to make sure those second appointments can be made at the time of the vaccine being administered. And then if there's a makeup day, that can be adjusted, but then there's not a need for people to try to scramble to get limited slots when they need that second dose.
I appreciate that, and I know this has been very challenging. I'm just hearing from so many constituents who are in that position, and it seems they're very anxious about it, and they're concerned about it, and I haven't really known what to tell them, because they're wondering if I have any additional information about sign-up opportunities or any information about them missing their window and what the ramifications are. So.
Some other changes that are occurring that should make it better. One, I just want everyone to know, in the very beginning, when we administered the first 10,000 doses, we did not have a time frame or a guarantee of when the second doses were going to arrive. And I think from my perspective, that set it behind from the beginning. And then as the doses started rolling very quickly, it was a little bit more challenging to schedule those appointments. But I think the key points for individuals is that it doesn't expire on that 21st or 28th day. We do know now that we are going to get sufficient vaccine, so that concern that there may not be enough vaccine is not an issue anymore. And then over the last 2 weeks, the predictability of when that vaccine will arrive has increased. So that allows for better planning as well. But also the original vision was always to spread this more widely, to have more and more sites that could offer vaccine and more options for people. And that ultimately, regardless of where you get your first dose, that you could get your second dose somewhere else. If that state database tennis is up to date and the data is in there, it doesn't matter where you got your shot, because it's going to be in the system. And so I think, again, as things continue to roll forward, it'll continue to be more smooth for people. And again, I think that's nationwide. We're the largest county, and so we're probably having more glitches because of sheer population, and none of us anticipated this level of snow to interrupt things. So
thank you so much. Thank you, Chairman Turner.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. I think the question was action. So there's I think there's a constituent that texts me, and then we'll wrap up here with Commissioner Sawyer, that they're concerned that on January 12th, folks were first vaccinated and they're bumping up to their 6-week window next week. And is there a plan to make sure they get in?
Yeah, I would say yes. We have plenty of vaccine, and we'll be doing a lot of vaccinations next week between the Pipkin site, Appling, Germantown, and the Southwest campus. And then with Greater Amani coming on, that's going to create more opportunities. So I encourage people to continue to go to shelby.community to sign up, and we'll get them done in the next week to two. I'll say up to 2 weeks just because of the large number.
And they get a card, and the card, does it have a specific date when they should come back, or just?
What the card has on there is that 21st or 28th date. It's not actually an appointment.
Okay.
It just tells you when the second shot would be due, so that then a person could schedule it. But we're going to move towards making it more of an appointment.
I know this is a rudimentary question, and I guess I may know the answer, but the first vaccine is different from the second vaccine shot, right?
I'm sorry?
The first vaccine shot is different from the second vaccine shot, right? Or are you just getting the same thing twice?
You get your first one, yes, and the second one is the same, and it acts as a booster.
Okay, so you're basically getting the same vaccine just twice.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So there's no difference from the first there's no difference between the first vaccine and the second vaccine.
Correct.
Okay. I got you. All right. Commissioner Sawyer, I think you're last in the queue here. Oh, okay. You said Council Commissioner Sawyer.
Yeah, I'm good. It's Morrison and Lowry.
Okay, let's go Commissioner Morrison, Commissioner Lowry, and then we'll try to wrap up.
I'll be brief. Thank you, Director, for addressing so many questions. Back to the issue of the folks that are desperate to get their second vaccine. Would it be possible or make any sense for them just to go to the front of the line? And I agreed with Commissioner Sawyer's comments yesterday about the word of mouth and people rushing out. I rode with my husband out to Mullen Station where there was a very, very long line, and noticed though the biggest concern I heard was that these people that really felt anxious about getting their second vaccine and could not, older people that were willing to go out in the snow. And it seemed to me they should have been given priority in that situation. That's my primary question. And then the second question, with leftover vaccine, obviously no one wants it to go to waste. Would it make sense for all vaccine at the end of the night to be taken to one specific site for those that are willing to take the vaccine 24/7, or so that there's no waste? That's all.
Thank you. Yes, it's a great idea to have a location 24/7. We actually did administer some vaccine very late into the evening because we did have a population that was available. So that's a great idea. And then it's also a good idea to have those who are closest to that 6-week window to go to the front of the line. So I will work with our team to see how that information can be pulled from the database to give them notice first, so that they're able, particularly with appointments next week, to get those appointments.
Thank you. Or if they just had their card, it could present it to prove they had had the first vaccine. Would that not be the same thing?
It would. I think my fear is that word of mouth piece and how long the lines become. You can see quickly, again, with working myself on the line at Pipkin on Sunday, it was a really steady flow. People were getting through in about an hour. And then as word of mouth spread, we literally had hundreds of people show up after the line was supposed to be closed, and then they sat in the line for a long time. So I would want to do it in a semi-organized way so that particularly our seniors don't have to wait too long in any line.
Thank you. That's all, Commissioner Turner. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Lowry.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, Director. How you doing? I think you may have answered the question, but I just want to clarify. This is back to a second dose question. So a website says for one particular, I can't remember, within 21 days, maybe for Pfizer, between 28 days for the Moderna. So is the suggestion that one should wait after 21 days or after 28 days, or should they get it within the 21 or 28 days? Just want to, for clarifying purposes.
Yes, so it's not within the 21 days or 28 days. It is, you can get the second shot at 21 days or later, or 28 days or later. There is some exception to be able to give it to an individual earlier than that 21st or 28th day, but that's a limited exception, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that. For the general public and your constituents to know that the 21st day or later for Pfizer, the 28th day and later for Moderna. And then also just want to remind people the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, we anticipate that will be available probably sometime in March. That will be a single dose vaccine. So that will definitely change the equation for people who choose to take that vaccine over the others. They won't have to worry about a second dose at all. It is not as effective as the Moderna and Pfizer vaccines, but it is as effective at reducing death and reducing hospitalizations. So people may still get COVID, but they're not likely to be hospitalized or die as a result. And it's much more effective than the typical flu vaccine that people get every year.
And also too, on our website, it's clearly tells what vaccine is available for the second dose. So if someone's signing up, they'll know if they've taken the Pfizer, the Moderna. It clearly states that on our signups going forward. Are we having both of the vaccine available at our signup at our second dose locations, both being available?
So it'll depend on the site and the day, unfortunately. Some sites are able to handle both Moderna and Pfizer. It's important to keep them separate so that there's not any errors in administration. Then sometimes sites will have just Moderna or Pfizer. And then there are times when we have primarily Pfizer, but we will have individuals on a list who we know need Moderna and would bring just enough vaccine for those individuals. And again, that's to reduce waste. We encourage people to keep their white card because that white card will say if they need Moderna or Pfizer, and then again, whether it's 21 or 28 days.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Lowry. Are there any other questions from any other commissioner? All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Randolph and Director Haushalter. We appreciate what you all are doing, and we can't thank you enough for the continued effort.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. With that being the case, let's go to item number 2 under health. Madam Parliamentarian.
Yes, sir. Item 2 is a resolution requesting that the state of Tennessee utilize the National Guard with the assistance of Memphis area logistics professionals to oversee the administration of COVID-19 vaccinations in Shelby County, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
Okay. I need a sponsor and a second. All right.
Lowry.
Okay, who was the mover?
Lowry.
Lowry was the mover. Brooks seconded. Let's turn it over to the sponsor, Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Chairman Turner. Can you still hear me? I switched my audio.
We can hear you. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, the only thing I wanted to bring up on this today is that this is not my idea. It's not something that I'm independently calling for. This is something that both Mayor Harris and our health department have made mention of. So really, I see this as being something that is supportive of our health department and supportive of our government's efforts to improve our process. So specifically, On February 2nd, Mayor Harris told Action News 5 that the county needs help from the National Guard and from federal and state, needs federal and state assistance. And also the health department told News Channel 3, WRAG on February 3rd, the same thing, that we have reached out to both FEMA and to the National Guard for assistance. Obviously, some changes have occurred this past week with regard to the Pitkins site, but I think we could still benefit from additional assistance from the state and other partners.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, do y'all have any questions? Is there any presentation from the administration on this item?
Dr. Hall is asking to speak. Commissioner Turner.
Yes, ma'am. Proceed, Dr. Hall.
Good morning, Commissioner Turner. Dr. Lasanya Harris Hall, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for Shelby County Government. Thank you, Commissioner Wright, for bringing this item before the body. The administration believes that the vaccination effort and really the COVID response takes a massive coordinated effort and many, many partners. This is not a Shelby County pandemic, but it's really a statewide and global pandemic. And we recognize that the National Guard has been used in other neighboring states to manage vaccine sites, and those states have had some reports of success. You are correct that we have made this an issue before the community through the media, but this is a state decision and unfortunately is out of the hands of Shelby County government, the health department, or the joint task force. We have discussed this issue with the state along with other ways to help expand vaccine access, but we have not received any indication that any changes along these lines are forthcoming. So we are holding out hope, but I'm not sure if we'll get the appropriate response. But again, appreciate the commissioner's effort to elevate this item.
Thank you, Dr. Hall, and Director Haushalter, if you have further commentary.
I would just note that we did receive assistance from FEMA. So we do have a team of 26 who are here from FEMA. They've been here for several weeks. They primarily assist with logistics and management of the line, but their primary focus most of the time is data entry. And if you pay attention to the state dashboard on COVID vaccines, you can see how our numbers have gone up very rapidly. And that's in part because of the assistance from that team from FEMA. So they have been exceptionally helpful, and we are open to other assistance, including the National Guard, if that is made available to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Haushalter, while you're still there, just as an addendum, and we're going to take this to a vote, I heard from a professional at Vitalant, and they're saying that they're having an issue getting blood to our medical facilities. So if there's any way, just to put this on your mind as the health director, that we can facilitate getting blood to our medical institutions, because people are still having emergencies. We're still having episodes where people need blood. The roads are packed. Everyone is focused on COVID-19 as we should be. However, if there's a way for the National Guard or FEMA or county to help deliver blood to hospitals, they need some assistance. And they asked me to reach out to the sheriff's office and to you all. So I'm just putting that on the record as we talk about this item on requesting assistance. And I see you back on, Dr. Hall. So I'll let both of y'all respond to that, and then we'll take this item to a vote.
I'll speak first, and then Dr. Hall can speak to some logistics piece. In addition to actually transporting, there's actually been shortages of blood supply. We've done a virtual blood drive within the health department and then also within Shelby County. I've donated publicly so that people would know the importance of donating blood. So I also would encourage everyone who has the ability to donate blood to do so, to get the supply back up. But also for those who have had COVID, they can use those antibodies to treat other people. So this is a really important time to donate blood. And then Dr. Hall may have some recommendations on how we might assist with transport.
Thank you. And I think the NACP held a blood drive too, and I see Commissioner Ford gave last month, he's O+. All right, Dr. Hall.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. And I just wanted to echo Dr. Haushalter's sentiments and bring to your awareness that the county issued a notification encouraging all Shelby County employees to participate in a virtual blood drive. That email went out on February 9th to all employees. And then it was sent out subsequently by our HR department this past Monday, indicating that the virtual blood drive had been extended. I will share that with all commissioners momentarily, but just wanted to give you a heads up that there has been a broadcast email going out to employees to assist with this effort.
Okay, thank you. All right. And one last cleanup item here. Commissioner Morrison wanted to be added as a sponsor to this item. I move Commissioner Morrison as a sponsor. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Ford. Can we do that without opposition? Hearing none. All right, Commissioner Morrison, you're added as a co-sponsor to this item. All right, okay.
Commissioner Turner,
Yes, go ahead.
I thought I was in the queue. This is Commissioner Mills. I would like to be added as a sponsor as well, please.
Okay, Commissioner Mills moved to add as a sponsor, seconded by Commissioner Ford. Is there any opposition? I hear none. All right, that passes. So we've added Commissioner Mills as a sponsor as well. Thank you, Commissioner Mills. All right. Have I missed anyone else in the queue on this item here?
Chair, go ahead and add me as a sponsor, Commissioner Ford.
Okay, I second. Commissioner Ford moves to be added as a sponsor. I second. Any objection? I hear none. All right, Commissioner.
As well as Commissioner Milton, sir.
Okay, Commissioner Milton moves. I second. Is there any opposition? I hear none. Thank you, Commissioner Milton.
Add Commissioner Brooks.
I second. Commissioner Brooks moves to add as a sponsor. I second. Any opposition? I hear none. Brooks is added. Any other commissioner?
Please add Whaley as well.
Okay, I second. Commissioner Whaley moves. I second to add Whaley as a sponsor. Any opposition? I hear none. That passes.
Lowry as well, Chairman.
I second. Lowry is added. Moves. I second for sponsorship. Is there any opposition? I hear none. All right. Anything further, commissioners? Any more sponsorships? Okay. With that being the case, we're ready to take the vote on this resolution as amended. And we appreciate you again, Director Haushalter and Dr. Hall and Dr. Randolph. And we thank Commissioner Wright for being the initial sponsor of this item. Let's take this item number 2 to a vote.
Commissioner Billingsley. Commissioner Billingsley. Turner.
Turner is an aye.
Sawyer. Whaley.
Aye.
Wright.
Yes.
Milton.
Aye.
Brooks.
Aye.
Bradford. Ford.
Aye.
Mills.
Aye.
Lowry.
Aye.
Morrison.
Aye.
Chairman Jones.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Turner, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Brooks, Ford, Mills, Lowry, Morrison, and Chairman Jones. We have 10 aye votes.
All right. That item passes. Thank you, commissioners. Madam Parliamentarian, please call item number 3, the last item on the Health Committee agenda.
Item 3 is an ordinance first reading, ordinance by the Board of County Commissioners of Shelby County, Tennessee, exempting certain health department nursing employees specifically required to provide support in the vaccine distribution for the COVID-19 pandemic response hired between March 1, 2021 and September 30th, 2021 from the residency provision of the Shelby County Charter, sponsored by Commissioner Amber Mills and Commissioner McBride.
Thank you. I move the item. Is this second?
Second.
Second, Chairman Jones. All right, the item was moved by me. It was seconded by Chairman Jones. I think the sponsor of this item, the sponsors are Commissioner Mills and Wright. I'll yield the floor to Commissioner Mills for any presentation, and then we'll go to the administration and we'll take this item to a vote.
Thank you, Chair Turner. If those of us who were in committee last Wednesday at our meeting, this came up for discussion when I asked Director Haushalter about the nursing shortage and being able to work in Shelby County. And she explained to us with the compact nursing licenses that nurses can work across state lines except in Shelby County due to our residency requirement here. And what this does is for a limited time only, March 1st through September 2021, would do away with the residency requirement and allow nurses to work, live outside of Shelby County and help with during the pandemic. There is the $2,500 fee due to the fact that because we approved it with the law enforcement and fire, that it has to continue on with this. Attorney Ingram can explain that in more detail. And I know it's frustrating for us as commissioners not being able to do more. We're kind of on the sidelines, which is kind of odd, but this enables us to help Director Haushalter fight during this pandemic, and I would ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Wright, do you have anything to add before we go to Director Haushalter?
No, sir. No, sir. I concur with Commissioner Mills. Thank you.
Director Haushalter.
Thank you, Elisa Haushalter, Director of the Shelby County Health Department. First, I want to acknowledge and appreciate Commissioner Mills and Wright moving this forward. We have had significant barriers to onboarding nurses specifically, and so this does allow us to hire nurses on a temporary basis to assist with the pandemic response. So I appreciate that. We do believe that this will assist us in getting more nurses. The last that I checked, we had 5 nurses who were from another state who had applied for the pandemic response. So I recommend approval and again, appreciate everyone's willingness to provide this level of support. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Mills, this is just the exception for nurses for this certain amount of time. And does this suspend the $2,500 payment situation? This is what this does.
The $2,500 is still in effect, but there are avenues that Ms. Ingram can explain better to kind of handle that in a different way.
Okay. Well, this is just the first reading and we're running behind, so we'll take that up as necessary if there's any inquiry, probably Monday and down the road. But are there any other questions? Okay, Chairman Jones. Go ahead, Chairman.
Yeah, so I really would like to know, because if I'm going to put this on an expedited pace, I do need to get that guidance from Ms. Ingram of how there can be an amendment with an exception within this time period for nurses only in the ordinance. If we can get an answer to that, because I don't want, and I know what we're trying to do, I just need some clarity of how we can do that.
Okay. So I think we'll submit that to our commission attorney, Miss
Ingram, County Attorney's Office. Did you want me to send you something in writing, or you wanted me to speak to that today?
Why don't you do both?
Okay. I propose that you all have a special call meeting on Monday If your schedule permits, you could do it at 2:30 to have the special call meeting to have the first reading of this ordinance done. Then at 2:45, you can have your special call committee meeting to have the second reading for this ordinance as well as the second reading for the LOSB ordinance. And then that way, at your 3 o'clock meeting, you would approve or hear the item at 3 o'clock in their second reading form. And then both ordinances will be on the same track.
Right, and I thank you. I got that, Attorney Ingram. The question is, the 2,500 that's in the ordinance for the sheriff, how can we amend that with an exception through this time period from March 1st, 2020 to September 30th, 2021 to exempt the 2,500 for this particular time frame as it relates to nurses only? How can we amend this ordinance to do that?
Well, as you know, Mr. Chairman, an ordinance is a law, and so we have to apply the law evenly. And if we currently have a law that imposes a $2,500 salary reduction on other employees who exercise the residency option. So we would have to have a legitimate business reason or rational basis to treat the group of nurses differently than we're treating the other group of employees that are already paying the $2,500 salary reduction.
Okay, how about pandemic, loss of life? Is that efficient enough?
Let me take a look and research it over the weekend, and I'll have an answer for you by Monday.
All right, thank you. And also, I'd like to be added as a sponsor on this.
I second. Chairman Jones has moved to add himself as a sponsor. I second. Any opposition? I hear none. All right, you're added as a sponsor, Chairman Jones.
Thank you.
Okay, I think Chairman Emeritus Billingsley wants to be added as a sponsor as well. So I move that. Is there a second for Billingsley to be added as a sponsor? Is there a second?
I second it.
Right.
Okay, Mick Wright. I heard Mick Wright. Commissioner Wright seconds. Is there any
Not
opposition?
sure
I hear none.
if the mover needs to make his motion on the record, please.
I move.
I would like to be added as sponsor. This Commissioner Billingsley.
Okay. Commissioner Billingsley moved. Commissioner Wright seconded. There's no opposition, so Commissioner Billingsley is added as a sponsor. Okay.
Commissioner Morrison would also like to move to be a sponsor.
I second. Commissioner Morrison moved to add herself as a sponsor. I seconded the motion. Is there any opposition? I hear none. That's carried. All right. I'm in the queue. All right. Commissioner Brooks, you are recognized.
You forgot about me. Go first.
Say that, Commissioner Ford.
You got about me, but I'll go to the elder statesman.
No. I want to go by the queue. So let's go, Commissioner Ford. You're absolutely right. And then let's go, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Ford, you recognize.
As soon as we get that information from Marcy, let's get that, because the 2,500 primary reason I supported that in a compromise with my fellow conservative colleagues is because I easily showed how when residency requirements were alleviated on the city side, there were a mass exodus of people that left and our tax base was eroded. But I would like to see what she puts in place. Let me also put on the record that let's make sure whatever we put in is justified, because I don't know if this body is aware, but there's at least one senator up in Nashville that wants to take away all the residency requirements for public safety, which would basically undo what the city decided to do, but it might undo what we were able to do in a form of a compromise as well. And my concern is if we start making an exception for one, we will have other classes of individuals that will also come in and use the same reasoning, opening up a Pandora's box. I mean, talking to my esteemed colleague, I would rather pay the healthcare workers a little bit more to make up the $2,500 than try to make one exception for one, because when you open it up for one, you're going to open it up for everybody else. And I look forward to the dialogue, so I will conditionally support the first reading, and I hope we get there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Brooks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to support this ordinance and would like to be considered as a sponsor, but also would like to support exempting the $2,500 for the nurses for the period indicated in the ordinance based upon the business rationale of the shortage of nurses to provide the services they needed to vaccinate the population of people that need to receive the vaccination. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I second your addition of yourself as a sponsor. Is there any opposition to adding Brooks? I hear none. That motion carries. Brooks, you're added as a sponsor to this item. Okay. Have we concluded all business and commentary on item number 3 under health? Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and take this item to a vote. First reading.
Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
Aye.
Sawyer, Whaley,
Aye.
Wright,
Yes.
Milton,
Aye.
Brooks,
Aye.
Bradford, Ford,
Additionally, yes for now. Thank you.
Mills,
Aye.
Lowry,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Sherman Jones.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Brooks, Ford, Mills, Lowry, Morrison, and Chairman Jones. We have 11 aye votes.
All right. All right. That item receives a favorable recommendation on the first reading. Okay, commissioners, is there any further business before this committee? Committee number 3, before we adjourn, hospitals and health? Hearing none, let's conclude and adjourn committee number 3, hospitals and health. I think Commissioner Whaley is up for education next.
All right, good morning. Call to order committee number 6, education. Please read item number 1.
Yes, sir. Item 1 is a discussion item, presentation of impact of the pandemic on families with school-aged children, presented by Chief of Staff Danielle Inez, Director of Education Dr. Cedric Gray, and Stand for Children Tennessee Director Cardell Oren. This item is to last approximately 15 minutes.
All right, very good. Do we have Chief Inez or Dr. Gray on? I think Dr. Gray says he's muted.
Yes, they are. Just give us a second. Ms. Inez is on
no
the
problem.
cell phone. She will not be able to appear by way of the webcam.
All right, Mr. Oren, good to see you.
Me too. I think we're waiting for Dr. Gray to give us an intro.
All right. Good morning. Can you all hear me?
All right, Dr. Gray, I'll turn it over to you.
All right. Good morning to everyone. Cedric Gray, Director of Education, joined by Cordell Oren, Executive Director for Stanford Children in our Memphis area, also serving today as educational consultant for our survey. Let's get started. Late last fall, the Shelby County Mayor's Office conducted a survey of parents across Shelby County regarding the impact of COVID-19, virtual learning, and remote work on families in public schools throughout our community. This survey highlighted some of the things that were working very well for families and opportunities where Shelby County Commission and administration may be able to offer more support. Chief of Staff Danielle Inez worked with educational survey consultant Cordell Oren to define the questions and survey group. Mayor Harris wanted to ensure the commission, which represents school-age children across our county, had access to the information on the current state of affairs for families. With a quick introduction by, my camera is going out, ladies and gentlemen. Can you still hear me?
We can hear you, sir, but we cannot see you.
Okay.
Your webcam is not working, so you can just go ahead and end that so that your bandwidth is better for your audio. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I am in county offices, so I'm not sure what the challenge is, but I will move forward. Cordell will have an opportunity to introduce himself in just a moment. We'll dive right on into our presentation. Let's jump right in. Cordell, go ahead, please, sir. Introduce yourself and then start with slide number 2.
Thank you. As Dr. Gray said, I'm Cordell Oren with Stanford Children, but in this capacity was working with the county administration as a consultant to support them in developing this survey and working with Chisholm Strategies, who many of you probably know as very great pollsters in our area who do a lot of work in Memphis and Shelby County. So we worked with them to get this poll out to 426 Shelby County voters. That's a representative sample, representative sample for Shelby County. We did this in November, and the margin of error for it was plus or minus 4.74%, as you can see on that slide. We did it both over landline phones and using text messages so that we could hit as many people as possible. And the goal of the survey was really to gather more information about parents and what they were going through and what their children were going through and their perceptions around the current pandemic and their virtual learning experience and environment. We did a pretty good job at getting the demographics that represent the population of Shelby County schools, but we weighted that to make sure that it was more specific. So the results that you'll see here are the weighted results that match Shelby County schools, which for those who might be interested is not 76% African-American, 7% white, 15% Latinx, 1% Asian, and 1% other. So that's the population weighted that you'll see from the results here. Thank you. Dr. Gray.
Thank you, Cordell. Just as we lean into this, as you are looking now at slide 3, let me frame it a little bit by saying this survey really represents the resiliency of our students and families, how we have all adjusted to the circumstances and persisted through the challenges. So let's begin with where the students are learning primarily. As you can see, the majority of respondents have students staying at home with a parent at 64%. Also notable here is that 15% of the respondents that the participants who responded, 15% of their children are in school, and up to 7% are under supervision of some support organization. Next slide, please.
Let me just, for context, Dr. Gray, I just wanted to add that we're aware of there was another poll that was taken of all of Shelby County. And so just for context, that poll found that 86% of students were at home. So we can see that we have a slight less number from Shelby County schools that are at home than we see across the full county population. Thanks.
All All right, thank you for that. Next slide now, child care costs. According to our data, 43% of parents say that their child care costs have gone up during the COVID pandemic. Child care costs here are associated with kids staying at home and could include additional funds that are spent on either food and utilities or both. So if your child is anything like mine, the trips to the fridge and to the pantry have tripled. So this is not a surprise to say that the costs of sharing in childcare have increased for about 40+% of our participants in the survey. Next slide, please.
We don't have any slides anymore. We know that it's 11:42 Wednesday, February 17th. We need the slides back up.
And one more forward, please. Thank you. All right, so this is an interesting note to make right here. Respondents with lower incomes were more likely to pay an additional amount for childcare without being reimbursed by the state. Now, so some of this data really are related to some of the respondents having multiple children with no access to additional funds to support the higher costs that are associated with having your children at home. This highest impact was hitting families, as you can see, at 45% of the families with incomes of $30,000 to $49,000 per year. Next slide, please. There's one more behind it. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So this data point may have been no surprise and remains consistent, however, with public reporting throughout the time of the pandemic. Parent satisfaction with the virtual learning experience is almost evenly split, 51% being satisfied. Note, though, that the dissatisfaction is more related to preference of learning environment. Now, we can all probably relate to this. I can, especially as a person who prefers in-person meetings, especially when it comes to learning environments. Recognizing, however, that this is not an optimal situation in our current status. So we have to, we're having at this point to shift to virtual learning, although it may not be our preference. Next slide, please. This slide is related to the learning challenges that exist. As you can see, 69% of respondents say they have experienced some challenges with virtual learning. Most common of which are that their child needs support, more support than they have time to provide, and an inconsistent access to the internet. I would also note here that 32% of the ones that need more time really speaks to families with multiple students and multiple grades, balancing both work and life in the virtual world. Next slide, please. Now we shift a little bit to the perception of child's academic progress. The slide shows, the data shows that 53% of respondents say their children are learning less than they did during their previous in-person instruction. So there's a through line being created. And as an educator, in-person instruction has, and research is really clear, has always been, of course, more robust than virtual instruction. So again, this is not necessarily a surprise, but a through line is becoming very clear here. Experiences are relative to challenges faced by the respondents, and that is reflective of the respondents' perception of their child's learning. In other words, when respondents experience challenges associated with learning during the pandemic, they associated those challenges to their child's ability to progress academically as well. All right, so Cardell, that will pick up the research from this point forward. Cardell?
Thanks, Dr. Gray. We on the next slide. Oh, I'm sorry, go back. That was the slide. I'm sorry. I don't think Dr. Gray, did he cover that one?
Yeah, yes, sir. No, not that one. No. Yes.
Yeah. So this is where we looked at the parents' perception of their child's academic progress. And as you might expect, there are challenges with virtual learning. So around 53% said that they felt like their children were learning less in virtual than they had previously in in-person instruction. Although we had another side of it that's almost half, around 48%, that also found that children were learning the same or learning more than the previous year in person. I think that reflects what we've heard from parents and from teachers as well, that it can be a mixed bag in terms of teachers' ability to translate from in-person to virtual, and children and their ability and how they accept virtual learning or relate to virtual learning versus in-person. Next slide. So what we wanted to see here was, how is this starting to impact children and getting more to like their social emotional levels and trauma they may be experiencing as they go through this. So we asked parents from their perception, how are students feeling about school now versus before the pandemic? And as you can expect, there's a lowering of being excited about going to school because there's, this ongoing, they're at home by themselves in a lot of cases, or at home and in the same environment, not the same kind of social environment that young people have, which is what we've heard in other areas and research around this area with young people. And you can see that, unfortunately, their indifference or not caring and not liking school, the perception of that has seen an increase during the pandemic as children, and just as we as adults are dealing with the stressors of being at home and being on Zoom or Teams all day. Next slide. So similarly, we wanted to see how parents felt about their children's stress level. And again, we see that 50% saw that their stress level was higher. Again, this is a mixed bag where we see just at 50% too, either lower or the same. So it really is a challenge to see how children are doing, but we know that there is a segment of children, at least half or more, who are experiencing greater stress, and where as we continue to go through the pandemic and hopefully start to come out of it, and as we go back to school, needs to be a clear focus for us as a community on how we support children in their social emotional learning and dealing with the trauma that's come with coming through the pandemic. Next slide. Then we wanted to find out from parents, how is your stress level? And as you might expect, parents, or you might not expect, that parents felt like their stress was even higher than the child's stress. So we can see that the majority of children are at home with parents, and they're balancing that and work, whether at home or out of the home, and virtual learning, and making sure the children are there and ready to learn and getting the additional supports that they need. So there's a high level of stress. So again, this is something that as a community, we need to recognize that our children, our parents have been stressed throughout this experience, and that it would be great if we can find ways to support and address those challenges as we go forward. Next slide. So we asked whether going forward, families felt like in-person or virtual was the better option for them or for all children. And again, really a split on what families found, but similar to what we've seen in other surveys across the country, around 53% continue to say virtual, and 35% in person. Still some people who are not sure with the 12%. So this again is a challenge of whether virtual or in person. We tried to drill down to say whether it's virtual because or in person because you have work or because of the needs. and again, kind of a mixed bag of whether families felt like they needed to be in person for additional supports, but some levels of support needed. And the folks who felt like they needed to be in person really felt like those were options that they needed. Next slide, I'm sorry. So just a few additional findings that we found that parents in K through 2 had some of the lowest satisfaction levels for learning environment and experience. Again, trying to address the needs of these earlier grades has been something that has seemed to be more challenging. And with those higher percentages indicating their child needed more support than they could provide, or the lessons were too hard to understand. So again, in translating the support that students regularly get at schools into home environments has been more challenging from parents, as we found here. And that parents with special needs, again, as many of you might expect, and those of you especially who are educators would know, that children with special needs have greater needs for support, and that we found that parents' perceptions that they were less likely to be satisfied with the learning environment experience of their children and had a greater preference for being in person or having that option to be able to better address the needs of their children. And I think that's the end with questions. Yes.
That's it. Thank you, Cardell. Mr. Vice Chairman Whaley, we have concluded our presentation. We're prepared now for any questions.
Yeah, very good. Thanks for that update. I don't see anyone in the queue, but I do have a question around whether this data has been already shared with the school systems, as they're, as they've been making, decisions around virtual schooling reopening. Has this already been shared, or are there plans to share this?
I'll speak first and ask Cardell to chime in. I know that the districts have conducted their own set of surveys and are basing decisions that they will make on those surveys. And of course, we are available to share what we have gathered as well. Cardell?
Yeah, as far as I understand it, this is our first public sharing outside of the administration with a body. And so, yeah, we can check with the administration about sharing that. But as Dr. Gray said, I think this is information that we wanted to make sure was brought together and gave more context to the needs and challenges and opportunities that families were facing. So certainly can share this presentation and other pieces.
Great, thank you for that. I do believe we have representatives, at least from SCS, on for item 3. But just kind of my observation from this is that it's very clear that there are a lot of different perspectives on this among stakeholders, among teachers, parents, students, and so there's no kind of one size fits all approach. It's not A or B. It's somewhere in the middle. And so I think it's important to note that not everyone out there has the exact same view of the situation. It's important to be important to listen and to ask those that are actually on the ground doing the work. I do see a question from Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Ford, you want to go ahead with your question?
I'll do the best that I can to stay within the time frame. Good morning, everybody. First of all, I don't even know where to start. Let me just start by saying this, because I've done surveys. I actually had to do a whole dissertation to make sure that my population matched, my sample size matched the population. So I'm sort of concerned about the 426 when you got 100,000 students and you have 100,000 parents or guardians. I'm also concerned, and I took screenshots of these slides where it said essentially that the data was modified to match the demographic. Now, when you weigh it like that accordingly, you could skew your data, especially if your data is very binary, such as when you ask particular questions about childcare costs, changed or unchanged, that's binary. When you ask about satisfaction or dissatisfaction, that's binary. When you ask about some challenges and no challenges, that's binary. We're not really getting into the meat and potatoes of what's really going on. And I think that there are several people that would say, well, we know that there are challenges, but what's working and what's not working is what I would ask. And I would be more detailed with that. I would ask, how is the needle moved concerning the classroom? I got a question for Dr. Gray, and I'm going back to what you said earlier. You mentioned a shift from virtual learning, but from your professional opinion, how is that shift going to occur? Because I could argue that that shift is not going to occur. There was a slide that mentioned families and in-person learning. You know, I'm not a big fan of the media, and I believe that they're intentionally not letting parents know that in-person is not going to be different than them being at the house. Basically, the learning will be the same, but that wasn't in the press release that was given out either. It's going to be the same plan from summer 2021, and I have the documents to show that. So my question is, what's working and what's not working? Because I don't see it in the data. I see too many binary questions, comments, and concerns to where I believe we already know the answers to those questions. That's the first part. Then you had a slide at the beginning about the percentage of kids in school, those who were teachers in the school building. I'm not talking about community kids, or unless you were talking about that. Was there an attempt to gather more participants? I'm going back to the 400. And will there be a follow-up survey when these parents and teachers and students have to have a paradigm shift going back into the classroom? I'm only going by the 14 slides that you have, because there's a lot of questions that's still unanswered. And I'm asking those questions from those who are teachers who are listening, as well as those who have concerns about what's really going to happen in order to take care of this almost 2-year learning loss. So I got one more question after that, but I'm going to let them jump in like double dutch to answer that. I want Dr. Gray to talk about that shift from virtual learning that he articulated. And I need Mr. Oren to dig a little bit deeper in his 14 slide presentation that had a lot of binary information.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford, for your question. As I've reflected before when I've reported before the commission, decisions that are made in districts are context specific. And so those decisions will be made based on the survey data that the districts themselves do. Our desire here was to give a general and broad stroke of the situations that are going on across the county. But not necessarily lending any information to a specific decision that a district would need to make. Those are, once again, based upon the data and information that they have internally that they should make their own decisions upon. I've reflected that before because I'm really careful, or at least I try to be really careful about not making decisions for districts when I don't have all of the information from districts. So what we were able to do at this point was to get a general and broad stroke to the situation that our parents and families were going through, and the participants shared based upon those questions that we asked them. So I think to answer your question in terms of shifting from virtual to in-person, again, is a district-specific position and decision to be made. Our intent was to see and to try to gauge where parents and families and students were in the moment and how they were feeling about things going forward. I hope I answered your question.
You gave me some type of response, but okay. How about as far as my other questions, Mr. Oren, and then I got one more comment because I didn't know if this was going to be specific to Shelby County Schools because the slides were so quick. I'm glad I took screenshots of every single one so I could go back. So it needs me to reiterate my questions. What's working and what's not working since I didn't see it in the slides, and how is the needle moved concerning the classroom? Because I think those are the top two things that we need to know if we're really trying to see what the actual empirical impact is on families and school-age children, if we're really trying to dig deep.
Yes, so Commissioner Ford, those are great questions, and I know they always come up when we're doing polling and surveying about sample size and how that can represent the population. But in my experience with polling, especially in Memphis and Shelby County, you can get an appropriate sample size with anywhere from 300 to 400, and we've actually gone over that. That's appropriate for the full county. So this is an appropriate sample size, or statistically appropriate for this size of population to have something that, again, that's why we show the margin of error, that still is below a 5% margin of error. Just for example, when you look across the country at polling, they will generally poll 1,000 people across the country to represent the whole population of the United States. And so here,
my specific questions were what's working and what's not working. I don't want to talk about polling and anything else anymore. I did an entire dissertation and I knew what had to be done to make sure that there was validity in everything. So please do not give me a lecture, sir. Can you answer my question? What's working and what's not working in this model that you have presented us? Do not filibuster me. Answer the question.
I was trying.
Otherwise, I'm going to cut it off and I'm going to say my last comment, sir. And Mr. Vice Chair, I'm sorry to say that, but we have too many people that want to run the clock out and talk about something that's unrelated to my question. So let
me see if I can, Commissioner Ford, if I can paraphrase or just kind of get straight to the point, I think, of what you're asking. And if it's not, let me know. But were those questions asked in this poll? And it could be that they weren't, and this poll was asking something else. But I think if they were, then we probably should get that data. But if those questions weren't even asked, we might not even have that. So Cardell, can you answer that?
Yes, and I apologize, Commissioner Ford. I thought I was going through your questions. I didn't realize you wanted me to shift over to these questions. So I really do apologize. I wasn't trying to run the clock out. So these questions are not as binary as they seem. We drilled them down for this presentation. So I'm sure that we can share more fully the information with the commissioners and the slide presentation. So you don't have to count on those screenshots, Commissioner Ford. So we can share that. We did not dig in deep, in part because we were trying to keep the number of questions low, because we're trying to keep the cost low. So we only asked 20 questions. So to the extent that we could drill in and ask some of the more detail about these specific areas, especially around learning experience or academic progress, that is more on a scale than what we presented in these slide presentations that I think we should be able to share. But we did not drill into what is working and what is not working. And that would be tremendous information to be able to collect. And I think very important. So thank you, Commissioner Ford, for that.
This is my last thing, and then we need to move on. Mr. Vice Chair, when you have data, and this is not a question, it's a comment. When you have data, and I'm looking right back at the slide that says results were weighted by race to match the demographics of Shelby County schools. That means arguably that the data was not valid from the beginning. And a reasonable person could say that this data that you have shown us is extremely questionable because the results were skewed. You mentioned bringing the cost down. I got one last question. Was this given to us where the cost came from Stand for Children, or is your organization that you represent a paid contractor for Shelby County government? And I can find the answer.
No, so this, yeah, certainly. This did not come through Stand for Children. This was not affiliated with Stand for Children. This was more in my capacity as an independent consultant that I've been for the last 15 years, and working with Chisholm Strategies and with the county administration. May I address just quickly the pieces around the demographics?
Can you answer my question as far as, are you a paid or Chisholm a paid consultant for Shelby County government? Can you answer that question?
Yes, Chisholm Strategies is a paid consultant for Shelby County government.
Okay, so you got paid to do this.
That's how the poll is done. Can I answer the question about demographics just really quickly?
I don't have any other.
Quickly, because we've got to move to the next item. If you can answer that, Cardell, quickly about the demographics and to Commissioner Ford's point around the validity of the data.
Yeah, so I think, you know, that's a concern that we went into this with. I don't traditionally like the weighting part of having that as part of the polls, but we wanted to make sure that we came back and gave as close to population as possible. Just to let you know, we did get really close to what the population would be than you would traditionally see, because I get worried when those numbers skew and you get it completely skewed from what the population is. But from the actual calls backs that we got, the percentages were 69% Black, 22% white, 2% Latinx, 1% Asian, and 6% other. So you can see that we were very close to the population of Memphis, which if you add on the unincorporated areas, which make up Shelby County schools, that we are pretty close to what the numbers are that represent the population of the area. If not, specifically, we needed to do the weighting for the actual population of the children in Shelby County schools. So just wanted to add that in. Thank you.
I have no other questions for Mr. Stan on children, but we can move on.
Sir, Commissioner Ford, I
Thank
have
you,
one statement.
Commissioner Ford. I think we've got Commissioner Turner in the queue, and then we'll go to Commissioner Milton.
Thank you, Commissioner Wade.
Thank you. I want to thank you both, Mr. Orrin and Dr. Gray, for the fine presentation. I thought it was helpful. I guess as a parent of 3 students in the Shelby County school system, I'm actually married to a Shelby County school educator who's still in education. I'm told that many of the teachers and educators are stressed out as well because they're having to go in, and this is Monday, so we're not talking a long time. And I don't think everyone can be vaccinated between now and Monday. And I'm told that, you know, various outcomes are taking place. The unions are involved. Many teachers are deciding to retire. And so we need these veteran educators in the classroom. I mean, that ill affects, you know, my 3 students as well as other students who don't have the benefit of these veteran educators in the classroom. That's one. The other point is that some are taking, you know, leave for various reasons because they're stressed out. They don't have the vaccine, and yet they're being asked to go into classrooms. And in some instances, these classrooms are perhaps not as equipped as we would like them to be to begin full in-school training a week from this upcoming Monday, the 22nd. So have you all surveyed any educators? And please share results if you've done so. If not, do you plan on surveying any educators? And then 2, you mentioned that, you know, hopefully this will lead to some solutions. Are there any solutions that you all can throw on the table that may require some policy effort on our behalf or some advocacy on our behalf to the state, to the governor's office, based on your survey? Thank you.
If you don't mind, Commissioner Turner, Vice Chairman Whaley, Commissioner Turner, I'll take the second one. There are a couple of recommendations that I would deposit here. First is, I don't know how aware we are of the access to broadband internet in our community. However, it is, once you look at the data, and the data I saw some data even yesterday that says 60 and 70% of certain communities in our county don't have access to broadband internet. And so that is something this is from my perspective, that I would recommend that we look at a little more closely as a community and the governing body, is the access to internet, broadband internet to all communities. The second one is, to actually continue to encourage the support of virtual learning academies that we have even here in Shelby County government, for those who have, don't have the option of or prefer an option of a small learning environment, yet at the same time still supporting the school systems. I think those 2 would be, for me, a reach from maybe from your seat to businesses throughout our community to continue to support the schools in the ways that they can. And one of those ways would be supporting of small virtual learning academies that work with the school system to make sure our students are engaged each and every day through their educational platforms. I'll send it to Cardell about further surveying.
Yeah, I would just to underscore Dr. Gray's point on and to make the point around some of the additional information in the survey is that we just talked about learning challenges here and some challenges versus major challenges, but in that we had 17% who said one of the challenges was inconsistent internet, so that we were able to drill in on some of the pieces. And that's even with the great job that our district and schools have been doing around providing hotspots. So once we don't have those, what will internet access look like? And then to the point of polling, I think a lot of these pieces of the surveying of this is that a lot of these things we would expect and we know, but we wanted to be sure that we had data to be able to show this. And this should be a great jumping off point to gather and expand more information. To directly answer your question, Commissioner Turner, we did not survey teachers specifically. I think that would be a great thing to do to better understand the context and what's happening with teachers, as well as the additional opportunities to drill more into, now that we know this base of information, let's find out more and more so we can target and get more clear about what we can do as a community and what we can push for at the state level for policy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. We'll go to Commissioner Milton and then Commissioner Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Gray, Mr. Owens, always a pleasure to see you both. Just wanted to thank you both for the presentation. It was very helpful and well presented. Gentlemen, I've been involved in many surveys myself, and I always try to go in with an open mind, but there's always something that surprises me. Was there any aspect of this survey that kind of jumped out at you that you did not anticipate?
Well, I think oddly enough, I guess it not necessarily didn't anticipate it, but it sort of confirmed what I've already mentioned as the satisfaction with the virtual learning experience. I think if we drill a little deeper down in that, I want us to be careful though that this has everything to do with situations that our families are in at home. And so I am an in-person guy right now. I appreciate the webinar format because we have to do it, but this is not my preferred way to do that. I prefer to be right in front of making this presentation. I'm more comfortable that way. So I can imagine how it feels for our students and our teachers and our families. And so that for me, Commissioner Milton, was the sort of the tell-all. It was a confirmation, maybe not a surprise, that you just do what you have to do in order to get things done, but still the preference is in-person kind of perspective, especially in learning environments. But that's what it was for me.
Okay. And okay, well, again, gentlemen, thank you very much. Cardell, always nice seeing you. You guys take care and thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Milton. Commissioner Mills, you have the floor.
Thank you. And thank you both for the presentation. We are going to have this emailed to us, the slide presentation. Is that correct? So that we can look at it? Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. My next question, you said Shelby County funded the survey. What was the cost of the survey? Did either of you know?
That would be Cardell.
Yeah, I think we'd have to get the total from the administration. I'm not sure of the total.
Roughly, just roughly.
I think it was around $5,000. So for a poll, we did it pretty cheaply, if you know polling.
Okay, I was just curious. I've had a request out there for quite some time to get a list of the contracts under 50,000 that don't come before us, and I'm still waiting on it. So I was curious when you said this was a paid study, what the cost was. So my request is still out there on another note for the contract amounts under $50,000. Thank you both so much. Thank you, Vice Chair Whaley.
Good, thank you. Good question, Commissioner Mills. Before we wrap this item up, I think we want to hear briefly from Chief Inez. Chief Inez, if you want to chime in just for a few minutes, and we will move to the next item. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Whaley. Can you guys hear me okay? Yes, okay.
Yes, we can.
All right, so I just wanted to say very quickly, thanks everyone for the questions, and thank you to Mr. Orrin and Dr. Gray for your effort in working on this. When we took on this task in November, we wanted to make sure that the county commissioners had an opportunity to receive some information that was initiated and curated by the administration when it comes to public education. Obviously, this is one of our largest expenses in the county, and up until that point, we were receiving narrowly tailored information from other stakeholders, but not from the administration itself. And so that is what drove putting this presentation together. You'll note that there are intentionally no explicit recommendations that are associated with this presentation. And that is because this is just for you all to have information. Obviously, when you talk about educating our kids and public education in particular, and especially in the time of a pandemic, we all want to be as informed as possible. And so this is just another tool in our toolbox that gives us a little bit of insight into how parents are experiencing the pandemic. I personally am a parent of a kindergartner, and so I can tell you that it has been very, very tough. And to the question about some of the surprises that came out, once you guys receive the full presentation, and you'll receive not only these slides, but you'll also receive just the raw data that was used to produce these slides. But you'll notice some pretty unique trends that we don't hear come up in the ordinary conversations. And so you'll see trends related to some of the hardships for parents who have children in different grades. You'll see some of the trends in addition to the ones that you heard today about some of the barriers for individuals or for families rather that have lower incomes compared to higher incomes and therefore more options. And you'll also note some pretty interesting trends around parents of pre-K children, elementary school children, and then the middle and high school children that tend to be a bit more independent in their learning. And so again, I can't stress it enough. This is an opportunity for us to all get more information. Obviously, this is only one type of information, and we just hope that you guys can appreciate it for what it was intended to provide. Thank you guys, and y'all have a great day.
Thank you, Chief Inez. Thanks again, Dr. Gray. Thank you, Mr. Orrin, for the presentation. We'll look forward to seeing this in our email and being able to study it afterwards. So with that, let's go to item number 2.
Item 2 is a presentation. First Aid Memphis Annual Report for the 2019 through 2020 Quarter 1 report with Dr. Candace Thomas, the Executive Director, presenting.
All right. This item was actually supposed to be on the March 3rd agenda, so I'm going to move to defer this to the March 3rd committee meeting.
Second, Bradford.
And if there's someone that can, seconded by Bradford, if we can do that without objection. Okay, hearing none, this item will be moved, deferred to the March 3rd committee meeting. With that, let's go to item number 3.
Yes, sir. Item 3 is also a discussion item. Vaccinations for teachers to last approximately 10 minutes.
All right. I do believe we have a representative. I think we've got Chief Patrice Thomas on the line from SES. I know we did ask several questions related to teacher vaccinations with Dr. Haushalter earlier in her update, but did Chief Thomas wanted to give, and I'm not sure if you heard that discussion, but wanted to give you an opportunity to respond to some of that and give commissioners, if there are additional questions related to teacher vaccinations, a few minutes to ask those questions. So with that, I'll turn it over to you first if you have any brief remarks you would like to give, and then open it up to questions from there.
Okay, great. So first of all, I would like to give a special thanks to Chief Administrator Office DeJuan Gilliam, Dr. Haushalter, Dr. Martin, and of course, Mayor Harris for reaching out to us, I believe on Sunday afternoon, and giving us an opportunity to stand up a distribution pod for our teachers on Monday morning. And so we were able to do that efficiently with the help of the health department, and was very appreciative of that. And of course, our teachers were very appreciative of that. So they actually braved the weather, and we vaccinated over 631 school administrators and primarily our pre-K through fifth grade. I said school administrators, but I meant our pre-K through fifth graders. What we did was, in order to be able to effectuate that vaccination on such short notice, we had received a survey back in January where we had shared with the our teachers the opportunity, if the opportunity came up, if they would be interested. We actually had over 4,700 of our teachers and staff that indicated that they would be interested in it. And we also surveyed our charter school partners as well. And so there was another 1,200 or so. So out of that survey from January, ultimately there was close to 6,000 of our teachers and staff who said that if the vaccination was available to them, that they would take advantage of it. So we started with that group by sending it to our pre-K through fifth grade, a link for them to sign up for some specific times on Monday. And we had an overwhelming response. And as I mentioned before, we're able to vaccinate 631. So having said that, that does mean that we still have quite a few of our educators that are interested in receiving vaccinations. And so therefore, we are very much interested in getting an update on when that may be available to our educators here in Shelby County.
Thank you, Chief Thomas, for that. And want to also acknowledge the effort to make sure that the charter schools under SCS's purview were included. I know that your director of charter schools worked very hard to make sure that that word got out, and often it's difficult when you have multiple schools that are operating independently but under SCS. And so just want to encourage the continued collaboration there to make sure all teachers have access. Also mentioned earlier the university schools, so campus school and some of those contract schools that are contract schools with SCS, to make sure that they are also included. And so we'll send a note later to Dr. Haushalter, but again, logistically, if it's all under one umbrella, it might be easier for SCS to manage. So again, just want to call attention to ensure that we're not leaving anyone out. Certainly there's more demand than there is supply at this moment still, but I think it's important to make sure that we recognize that all teachers are teachers, and especially those that have already been in the buildings, to have access to the vaccine. So thank you for that. We'll go to questions now. Commissioner Ford, you have the floor.
After the other presentation, if somebody wanted to go after me, before me, they could, but I'm gonna try to stay within scope. Good, is it still morning? Well, good afternoon, Patrice Thomas.
Good afternoon.
All right, the vice chair mentioned a lot of the things that were brought up in the prior meeting, and I see that they put the clock on me. Let's just make sure we do that for everybody. School starts for teachers Monday. This pod, or whatever y'all want to give accolades to, if you got 6,000 teachers and 5,000 plus non-teachers, how viable do you think having just that one pod, in addition to the couple other facilities that we have mentioned in the previous committee, how viable would that be in order to make sure that those teachers who have the desire and will to be vaccinated before they go back into the class have that opportunity before school opens back up March 1st?
Great. So we are actually very confident that we would be able to stand up an operation to vaccinate right now, based on the number of nurses that we have available to us. We know, based on even just Monday's experience, that we could vaccinate up to anywhere from 1,300 to 1,500 individuals in any given day, based on the number of healthcare professionals that we have to work. We simply need the vaccination. So having said that, that means if we had vaccinations available to us for those that indicated an interest in receiving the vaccination, we could actually support them within a week's time. Now, of course, that does include, to Commissioner Whaley's point, that would include our charter schools and our contract schools. So roughly 7,000 vaccinations to at least support the individuals who had previously expressed interest in receiving a vaccination.
All right, I got to cut you off. I got a couple more things. Number two, if you're able to get this particular vaccine, how will it be advertised appropriately to those in the schools so that they can be vaccinated accordingly, so that there won't be any mishaps? And I need a short answer because I got one last question.
Great. So of course, our communication team have multiple ways that they communicate with our educators, and that's via email, text message, are the primary modes of communication. So they would email a sign up link where they would be able to sign up for a specific time and day that they would come in and be able to receive that vaccination. And they would receive that email and text message.
I got to keep going. All right. Thank you. Last question. As far as what timeline do you see to where maybe 80% plus of your staff, support staff, teachers, otherwise will be vaccinated so that we hopefully will not have any relapses or anything on the news stating that we're in an environment that the CDC may have recommended, but we are 100,000 deep. And I don't necessarily think that the CDC guidelines have looked at a district that's 100,000 deep. And that's my last comment. And after you give your response, I sincerely hope that SES and the health department, and we're still waiting on the plan, get it done, because unlike the other presentation that the two gentlemen had, please don't come up short like they did. And I'll let you respond.
Great. So no, I think in terms of our ability to be able to execute, as I mentioned before, we received notice that there were vaccinations available to us and had less than probably 12 hours, basically, to be able to stand up an operation that had not stood up previously. And most of the individuals that came through that line ultimately experienced a wait of less than 20 minutes. And so we are confident that if we receive the actual vaccinations, that we would have an efficient way to be able to get those to the masses of our educators who are interested in actually receiving the vaccination within a week's time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Looks like we've got Commissioner Turner. You have the floor.
Yes, good to see you, Miss Dr. Thomas.
Well, I appreciate the accolade. I'm not a doctor. I just hang out with a lot of them at the education department.
Thank you. Now, question, is it just a rumor that there have been many educators taking leave and retiring? Or is that something that you are going to actually have to deal with? And if so, how will you man the classrooms and continue to educate our young people?
Great. So I have heard that. I do not have any direct information today that I can share with you in terms of the numbers or what have you, but I have heard that there has been an increase in the number of teachers who are indicated that they may retire. But like I said, I would have to come back to you with specific numbers around that. In terms of how we would educate our students, of course, we're committed to providing the best education possible to our students, and we're already planning for any teacher shortages by ensuring that we have a pool of substitutes that are ready to go in the event that we do not. But right now, I believe, based on the work that the superintendent has done in having direct conversations with teachers, as well as the partnership that he's had with some of the union leaders, that they have communicated to the teachers that the physical buildings themselves have been outfitted in a way that allows for the most safety possible. And I think the vaccinations certainly help, because that gives the teachers some level of comfort that they can go into the classroom with some additional protections. So that, I think we are prepared to be able to support our students.
Are there plans to have sports come back in full force? Contact sports, football, basketball, so on and so forth?
So it is my understanding that the superintendent did announce during his reopening plan that sports would be open. And of course, the leaders of those sports teams would be expected to follow safety protocols.
Yeah, final question. I'm told that part of your plan is that if a child presents with a high temperature and potentially may be infected, that the child is isolated in a quote unquote isolation room, but a teacher has to man that room. Has there been a thought to the protection of that teacher having to man that isolation room because we don't want that teacher then infected by the COVID-19 virus if they're watching and monitoring young people who may have it? Just a question that came to me from a constituent. And that's my last question.
No, you're exactly right. That is our plan for operations is if a student actually presents some symptoms that could be COVID, we would actually isolate those students in those classrooms. And we would ensure that there's still safety measures in place by ensuring social distancing and making sure that all involved are properly masked. But that is the same as any other kind of healthcare professional or anyone else that maybe come in contact with someone that could potentially be at risk of having COVID. But certainly ensuring proper social distancing and proper masking would be in place.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Commissioner Ware. Ms. Thomas, I have a question, and it's not really about vaccines, but it is about the buildings as it relates to air handlers that the CDC has approved as an item that really eliminates the virus in itself. Are you guys looking at getting those air handlers into the schools to provide an even more safer environment to educate our children and to add an extra additional layer of protection from this virus within those buildings?
So yes, thank you so much, Commissioner Jones. You're absolutely correct. Jannard Phillips, as well as John Barker, who are over facilities and operations, I know have been doing the research around that. And we believe with the ESSER funds that have been approved, that is something that we would be able to provide as an additional protection to for our teachers and our students. So I do believe that is in the works.
All right, that's all the questions that I have. I'm just looking at other preventative measures within inside the school buildings on top of the vaccinations that we're doing.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Wade.
Very good. Thank you, Chairman Jones. Thanks again, Chief Thomas, for the update. We're certainly all rooting for you to be successful in this endeavor, and please let us know how we can help. And I know you're in constant contact with the health department to make sure we can pull this off for our educators and for the rest of our constituents. So thanks again. And with that, we will close committee number 6. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Bring it up. All right. Let me get my webcam together. And okay. It is 12:35 p.m. and we have our 10:10 a.m. committee number 1, budget and finance. Before we start, there was an add-on item that administration and one other asked. I would ask that that sponsor, let's read it into the record and let it go without a recommendation, because I'm just receiving this. And as I said before, if I don't get the courtesy, I'm just going to move it without a recommendation. And I think we have a permanent rule to where I can, if we're out of time, we could either move it to committee or move it down without a recommendation. I would ask them, let's just move it down without a recommendation when we get to that particular item. So let's do this. Since number 4 is on, let's go ahead and read it into the record. And I'm going to be asking for that to go to Monday's meeting without a recommendation so that we can go forward with the item. So Madam Parliamentary, can you go and read number 4, the add-on, and then we'll go to the order of the day?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Item 4 is an add-on item. Item 4 is a resolution to amend the fiscal year FY 2021 general fund operating budget in the amount of $36,850 for the Shelby County Circuit Court Clerk's Office. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of FY 2021 general fund balance in an amount not to exceed $36,850. Sponsored by Commissioner Bailey.
All right. So that we can do what we need to do. Again, I'm just receiving this and getting information on it today. And it would be my strong recommendation that we move this without a recommendation so that we can have full discussion by the full commission on Monday. So I'd like to go ahead and move it accordingly so that we can go ahead and move on this item.
I second.
Okay. And I'd like to move that this item goes without a recommendation so that we can thoroughly discuss this particular item and so that we can go ahead and go to the order of the day. Again, I don't mind putting on add-ons, but when I get calls at like 8 in the morning on the day of, and I have said on record that's going to be an issue. If I don't ask for this recommendation, then people are going to do it again and again and again. I'm sorry. So
yeah, my apologies. This was the item that we had debated and it was presented before. So I apologize. It's turned in, I think, into an emergency situation as far as maintaining our court docketing system at the clerk's office. And this affects Bill Morrison's office, probate court. And we didn't know that at first. It also affects chancery and circuit court clerks. And this is their system that they need to keep the clerk's office running for all three courts. So I apologize. This actually came to me late, but this is something that we've addressed before, and we all know the outcome of it. But I think this is turned into an emergency situation. This doesn't have any personnel ask in it. This is just to support the contract and the system. And we didn't know that this affected Clerk Morrison, which we do know now. So this directly impacts probate court clerk, along with chancery court and circuit court. So that's why we've tried to add it on now. We don't want the system to fail. And as you can see now, I'm here working on something in probate court, and I'm relying on the clerk's docketing system. So for all those attorneys who are working virtually at home, if the system fails, we basically shut down 3 courts in Shelby County. So this is a critical item, and we need the assistance. And I'm fine with putting it on Monday, but this has become a mission critical item. And given the fact that all of the attorneys and judges are working virtually now, we can't have a failure of our clerk's office. And again, this would affect probate, chancery, and circuit court. So I'm good with, I apologize for the late addition, and I'm good with having this discussed more thoroughly on Monday. I know that we're about 2 hours behind now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
all right. Is that a second?
Yes.
All right. Can we do that without objection? All right. Thank you. Again, I have no issue with add-ons, but not 8 a.m. on the same day, 30 minutes before we start add-ons. That's not going to work. And if I don't stop that now, that means people are going to do it over and over again as if they don't have to go in front of the chair or ask the chair anything. And we're not going to have that. I'm sorry. We have disposed of item 4. Let's go to the order of the day, please. I can't hear you, Madam Parliamentarian, for item 1.
I'm sorry. Did we get a second for the?
Commissioner Turner seconded, and we did it without objection.
Thank you. Item 1 is a resolution approving a contract with Novatech Inc. for multifunction copier systems and services in a total amount not to exceed $1,995,734.16, commencing upon execution of the contract through June 30th, 2024, with the option to renew for 2 additional 1-year periods contingent upon commission approval. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2021 Information Technology Services Internal Service Funds in an amount not to exceed $465,671, sponsored by Commissioner Edmund Ford Jr.
Is there a motion on this item? Let me see. Let me go to the queue real quick. All All right, you said Brooks?
Yes.
Okay, Brooks for the motion. I don't know who seconded it, but I'll second it for the purposes of getting this on the floor. Who from the administration can speak about this? Because I know that we have had commissioners have had concerns concerning Novatech Inc. And I know that it's back up. So who can speak on this?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Sandra Perry, CIO, Shelby County ITS Services.
Yes, ma'am. Go right ahead, Ms. Perry.
Yes, we issued in January of 2020 a RFP for the multifunctional copier and systems and devices for Shelby County government. And this contract was awarded to Novatech Incorporated, and it actually has 2 LOSB participants, one being Customized Solutions that will take care of the network connectivity. The second one is only one, which will do the transportation and logistics. The terms of the contract, as stated, is for a 3-year contract with 2 one-year options to renew. And our funding source was identified in our FY21 general fund budget for the $1 million. And we are asking approval to proceed on the contract for our copier systems for Shelby County government.
All right, thank you. And I saw Ms. Folsom's message at the last second. I'll make sure I get in contact with the budget director after this committee is over. Do commissioners have any questions regarding this? Commissioner Billingsley has a question. Do they have local offices, Ms. Perry?
Yes, sir, they do.
All right. Chairman Jones, go right ahead. You're recognized.
Good morning, Ms. Perry. So this is an annual contract amounting to this amount over this 3-year period. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So each budget cycle, we're gonna have to put $2 million in the budget to make sure that this contract is completely executed.
Yes, sir. This contract actually operates similar to a lease agreement, and we've actually covered the contract and put in percentages for variance for depreciation and add-ons and things like that for each of the additional years. But we actually have identified our funding source over the 3-year term of the contract. So yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Ford.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll now go to the vote on item 1. Please prepare the screen.
Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
Aye.
Sawyer, Whaley,
Aye.
Wright,
Yes.
Milton,
Aye.
Brooks,
Aye.
Bradford,
Yes.
Ford,
Aye.
Mills,
Aye.
Lowry, Morrison,
Aye.
Sherman Jones.
Aye.
Please reveal, record the vote.
Thank you.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Brooks, Bradford, Ford, Mills, Morrison, and Sherman Jones. We have 11 aye votes.
Thank you. This item will receive a favorable recommendation on Monday. Next item.
Item 2 is a resolution approving a contract with Plant and Moran PLLC for consulting and project management for enterprise resource planning system RFP development in a total amount not to exceed $340,586. commencing upon execution of the contract through December 31st, 2021, with the option to renew for 2 additional one-year periods contingent upon commission approval. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2021 Information Technology Services Internal Service Funds in an amount not to exceed $340,586, sponsored by Commissioner Edmund Ford Jr.
All right, may I have a motion in the name, please?
Morrison will move that.
Thank you. It's been seconded
Second,
by.
Bradford.
Thank you very much. Who would like to speak on item 2? Ms. Crosby, good morning / afternoon.
Good afternoon. CIO Perry and I will both jointly present this, but I will do it first. Mateel Crosby, Director of Administration and Finance. This is a contract that you've heard about a couple of times when we mention our finance system. So the code for that in here is Enterprise Resource Planning, or ERP. This is about our financial and HR system. And this is a request to award a contract to a consultant who will help us with the procurement of a new system. We put out an RFP in October 2nd. We got 7 responses. 6 of those were conforming. 1 was not. It didn't include the 20% LOSB requirement. We had a 9-person internal scoring committee that reviewed these proposals. 3 firms were ranked highest, and we invited those to clarifying interviews. Plant Moran was initially ranked highest, and in the clarifying interviews, they kept their ranking. They answered our questions, and Technologics is their subcontractor for the 20% LOSB requirement. This consultant will be responsible for requirements gathering, a needs assessment for what we need in a new system, a business process analysis, RFP development, management of the procurement of a new system, and assisting us with the selection of a new provider. This is a county-wide financial system. We have had a county-wide subcommittee working on this with various elected officials involved, as well as the administration. And we ask that you approve a contract with Plant Moran in the amount of $340,586. This will be funded through IT's Internal Service Fund. Do you have any questions? We're happy to answer.
Sarah, did you want to add anything, or did Ms. Crosby take over the whole presentation? Even though she said she would share on record.
No, sir. She included the source of the funding, and this is an ITS-sponsored project as well. So we are on board. Thank you.
Commissioners, if you'd like to be recognized, go ahead and state that in the chat right now. Seeing none, we will go to the vote on item 2.
Commissioner Billingsley. Commissioner Billingsley. Turner.
Aye.
Sawyer. Whaley.
Aye.
Wright.
Yes.
Milton.
Aye.
Bradford.
Yes.
Orders and I when you get to me.
Brooks is an aye. You skip Brooks.
Yeah, I didn't hear Brooks either.
Brooks.
So an aye. And let's proceed with the roll call.
Mills.
Aye.
Lowry.
Aye.
Morrison. Chairman Jones.
And Morrison's an aye. My computer froze.
So Vice
Billingsley
Chair.
is a yes.
Show Billingsley is a yes. Commissioner Billingsley. Chairman Jones, do you want to vote on this item?
Aye.
Show Chairman Jones is aye. Please reveal and record the vote.
Have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Brooks, Bradford, Ford, Mills, Lowry, Morrison, and Jones. We have 12 aye votes.
All right, this item will also receive a favorable recommendation on Monday. Last item, and I have one piece of unfinished business. Item 3.
Item 3 is a resolution receiving and filing the December 2020 and the January 2021 monthly comprehensive financial update reports entitled Shelby County Government Monthly Commission Division Report for the year ending June 30th, 2021, sponsored by Commissioner Edmund H. Ford Jr.
All right, may we get a motion in the name, please?
Moved by Bradford.
Thank you. Second by whom? I'll second it so we can move on. CFO, I still see your screen, so I'm assuming, yeah, oh, this is all you, so go right ahead.
Mr. Chairman, before you go to Director Crosby, there is an Exhibit B that needs to be adopted into this item. It was
Okay.
sent via email on Tuesday.
All right, so without objection, can we move that Exhibit B be incorporated into the resolution that's on the floor? If we got to do that with a motion in a second, I'll move it. Can somebody
Second.
Chairman Jones, without objection, Exhibit B is incorporated into the resolution. All right. Now, CFO Crosby.
Thank you. The December financials are the detail for the general fund results that were included in our quarterly report at the last commission committee meeting. The January financials are what's new, and those are in line with our expectations. 58.3% of our fiscal year had elapsed as of January, but both our revenues and our expenditures were at 52.1 and 53.1 of budget respectively. So both were less than the percentage of the year that had elapsed. Through January, the county had received $221.2 million in revenue. This is 1.9 million more than in the same period of fiscal year 2020, primarily due to the $5 million in one-time funding from the state. The biggest piece of the revenue is property tax collections. Property tax revenues were $153.3 million through January, which compares to $153.7 million in the same period last year. So that's slightly less in terms of dollars that were collected, but it's a slightly greater percent of our budget because we reduced our expectation of property tax collections. Fines, fees, and permits are down $800,000 year over year. Judicial has the biggest decrease in this. Other revenue is also down $1.7 million, primarily from our interest earnings. And looking at where interest rates are today, we're likely to be about $500,000 under budget in our interest earnings for the year. When we adopted the budget last year, rates had dropped tremendously from 2.5 down to 25.25%, but now they're at about 8 basis points or 0.08%. So rates are even lower now. On the expenditure side, the county's expenses were $217.6 million in the first 7 months of the year, and transfers to other funds were $11.1 million. Compared to the same period of fiscal year 2020, this is favorable by $15.3 million, primarily due to the timing differences that were noted on slide 6 of our presentation 2 weeks ago. Overall, in the first 7 months of the year, our expenditures exceeded our revenues by $7,550,000. Our property taxes are due in 11 days. And this snow should melt before then. So hopefully our property tax collections will continue to be strong this month. That's it. If anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you.
All right, if commissioners have questions, go ahead and recognize yourself now in the chat. Does the budget chair emeritus have any questions, Chairman Jones, on this item?
Nope.
Nothing at this time? Okay. All right. Seeing no questions, we'll go to the vote on item 3.
Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
Aye.
Fraley,
Aye.
Wright,
Yes.
Milton,
Aye.
Brooks,
Aye.
Bradford,
Yes.
Ford,
Aye.
Mills,
Aye.
Lowry,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Chairman Jones.
Aye.
Please reveal and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Brooks, Bradford, Ford, Mills, Lowry, Morrison, and Chairman Jones. We have 12 aye votes.
All right, on Monday, this item will also receive a favorable recommendation. Very quickly, in 30 seconds, some new and unfinished business. Chairman Jones, I need to get with you as far as next steps concerning that item that Commissioner Mills brought to us last time and got passed by this body on Monday, so that we can go ahead and get to what we need to do before we get to budget season. And then number two, for Ms. Folsom and anybody else that is putting the next committee agenda, I need an item. I'm giving 2 weeks notice, not 30 minutes. I need it titled Q2 Budget Findings, because I have not been able to discuss my findings on what I have found regarding the county budget, but I think we need probably about 10, 15 minutes to discuss what I have found. And I know some people are probably asking what I found, so you'll just find out 2 weeks from today. So with that being said, we will conclude committee number 1, and we will now go to Chairman Jones to committee number 10, General Government. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Madam Parliamentarian, can you please read item number 1?
Yes, sir. Item 1 is a resolution approving the election of notaries public for appointment and reappointment for Shelby County, Tennessee, sponsored by Commissioner Mark Billingsley.
All right, can I get a mover and a second on this item?
Turner moves.
Mills, second.
Bradford. All right, so it's been moved by Turner, seconded by Mills. Does the administration or someone from legal have a response to this particular item?
I do. This is Michael Burnett Joyner from the County Attorney's Office. And this resolution approves the appointment of 166 and the reappointment of 9 notaries for a total of 175 for Shelby County, Tennessee. The Shelby County Clerk's Office has reviewed each notary application, verified that each applicant complied with Tennessee Code Annotated Section 8-16-101, subsection C, established that each applicant meets the state law age and residency requirement, and confirmed that none of the applicants are disqualified by Tennessee Code Annotated Section 8-16-101. Source and amount of funding is not applicable, and nor is this a contract item, so it's not applicable as well. The Shelby County Clerk's Office recommends approval of this resolution, and of course, I've looked at it as well to make sure there are no conflicts with the commissioners of these applicants.
Okay.
That concludes my report.
All right, so no commissioners, no family members. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Are there any commissioners? Thank you for your report, Mr. Joyner.
Appreciate that, Chairman.
All right, so commissioners, are there any questions about this item? All right, hearing and seeing none, Madam Clerk, let's prepare the screen for voting.
Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
Aye.
Sawyer, Wright,
Yes. Whaley's an aye. Sorry, I didn't know my name.
Got it. Thank you. Milton,
Aye.
Brooks,
Aye.
Bradford,
Yes.
Ford,
Aye.
Mills,
Aye.
Lowry,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Sherman Jones.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Brooks, Bradford, Mills, Lowry, Morrison, and Chairman Jones. We have 12 aye votes.
All right, that item passes, goes down for favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, please read item number 2.
Item 2 is a resolution approving, in addition to the Shelby County Government Personnel Management System, Volume 2, to create a grooming and employee professional standards policy for public safety employees to address the affiliation of gangs, hate groups, or other extremist groups involved in criminal activity. Sponsored by Commissioner Tammy Sawyer, this item was deferred in January 20th, 2021 committee meeting.
All right, I'll move the item. Can I get a second?
Turner seconds the item.
All right, is Commissioner, thank you. So it's been moved by me, seconded by Turner. And it's properly before us. Is Commissioner Sawyer on? All right, and so here's what I would recommend, that since Commissioner Sawyer is not on to speak to this, if we, unless someone else want to speak to it.
Mr. Chairman, this is Commissioner Brooks. Do we have a report from HR regarding UPCC?
I don't know. Let's see, is Mr. Massey online?
Yes, hold one moment.
Yes, this is Stephen Massey, Director of Human Resources, Shelby County Government. We created a dress code policy to address, I think, the items affiliated with this resolution. We do have a draft policy that was submitted to UPPC. It was approved by UPPC, so we do have a policy in place at such time that this resolution goes forward.
Mr. Massey, in reviewing the policy, would it not, and this is an acceptable conduct policy, would it not also include all employees of Shelby County government?
That is correct.
Because this only addressed employees that's in public safety, so the policy that I guess would come out of UPPCC, would they be submitted to us? I didn't see it as an attachment in the.
I have not submitted that. I will route that around for review before we actually implement it as policy.
Okay, so would that be coming before us on Monday, or is it something that we need to refer until such time we receive it?
It's ready, so I will have it for you for Monday review.
Okay,
I will actually
thank you.
it today. Yes, sir.
All right.
All right.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner
This
Billings.
is Commissioner Billingsley. When this came up the last time, I asked if Human Resources could weigh in, and I'm glad they answered the one question of Commissioner Brooks specifically, because he had asked for that before. But could HR overall share with us if this is needed? If this is something that HR and the mayor fully supports, can the HR department provide more information? Because we really haven't received any type of presentation on this at all.
So this is Stephen Massey again, Director of Human Resources. I really haven't had a conversation with Commissioner Sawyer in terms of the intent of the policy. There hasn't been a lot of discussion around the specifics. So what we attempted to draft was around dress code and etiquette, uniform policies that would be, specifically applied to all employees of Shelby County government. I think it addresses the intent of and spirit of the resolution. However, I have not had that one-on-one conversation with Commissioner Sawyer. So from a dress code policy perspective, the policy is pretty generic and common in most organizations. I have not had a conversation from the mayor's perspective in terms of support. The request was to go before UPPC. That's what we did. We certainly can reroute this to the administration for their input.
Mr. Chairman, I just think it's premature that we don't have more information. Again, I'm not necessarily against this at all, but I do think we do have a CAO at the county. I mean, a mayor at the county who's charged with this type of work. And I would like to hear from the administration and honestly have a presentation versus just discussing a caption. And I do appreciate what the HR director has done so far, but I just think it's premature to vote on this at this point. But that's my personal opinion, and I just share that, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Billingsley. So to that end, because Commissioner Sawyer is not here and she is the sponsor of this particular resolution, I was going to move to have this sent down without a recommendation. But that's a motion, y'all. So if anybody want to second that, I appreciate that. All right. So moved by me, seconded by Turner. We're going to send this down. Can we do that without objection?
I got a parliamentary inquiry beforehand, if that's okay on the question.
Okay.
Okay. What is our parliamentary rule? I know that we have put it in committee at least once. How many times are you allowed to have this go back to committee before we have to do other things? What's that parliamentary rule? Because I know you only get so many times up when stuff happens.
An item can be deferred until the next committee meeting. It's limited to 2 deferrals, but there's no limitation on referrals. But you can also suspend the rules.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. We're good. I'm fine with the.
All right, so good. So can we do this without objection? All right, hearing no objection, item number 2 will be sent down with no recommendation. Also, Ms. Folston, I would need for you to get with the administration and to for them to be ready to report on this and what commissioners have requested for Monday, as it relates to this item. All right. Since there's no other business before general government is now complete.
Let's call to order the Committee for Law Enforcement, Corrections, and Courts. Parliamentarian, would you please read item number 1?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Mills, prior to you guys reading that, can I have all commissioners check your mics? Please check your mics. Thank you.
Commissioner Turner, 1, 2, 3.
I should have said mute your mics. Please be sure your mics are muted. Thank you.
Commissioner Mills, are you ready for me to read the item? You ready for me to move forward? Yes, ma'am.
Item 1 is a resolution to amend the FY 2021 operating budget in the amount of $199,432 and the FY 2021 position control budget, adding 2 FTE positions, prosecutors, to expend funding made available from the Office of Justice Programs, OJP, U.S. Department of Justice, DOJ, to provide case advocates servicing all local and federal enforcement initiatives for the period of October 1, 2020 through September 30th, 2022. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of FY 21 federal grant funds in the amount of $199,432, sponsored by Commissioner Amber Mills.
Moved by Ford.
Thank you. It's been moved by Commissioner Ford. I will second the item. Ms. Folsom, is there anyone online to speak to this? Any commissioners have?
I believe DA Wyrick, but let me double check.
I'm here. Can you all hear me?
Hello, General Wyrick. If you'll name and title and please.
Yes, thank you. Amy Wyrick, District Attorney General.
You have the floor.
Thank you. This is money that has been appropriated for Shelby County through the Department of Justice, allowing us to hire 2 prosecutors who we would then assign to the U.S. Attorney's Office. They would be cross-designated as special assistant U.S. attorneys. Their focus would be on gun crime, prosecuting those individuals in Shelby County who are prohibited from possessing firearms, yet continue to possess firearms and victimize citizens. They would also focus investigation and prosecution on those who make straw purchases for individuals who are prohibited from law from having handguns, having deadly weapons. I don't have to tell you all that we've seen a disturbing spike in violent crime in Shelby County, in the city of Memphis, 25% increase in reported violent incidents with guns over last year from 2019 to 2020. 79% of our homicides, which you all know were disturbingly high last year, 79% of our homicides were committed with guns. So doing anything and everything we can to focus on those individuals who by law are prohibited from having guns. And these 2 assistants would allow us to add additional resources to that mission.
Thank you, General Wyrick. Let's go to the queue. And these are grant funds, correct?
These are grant funds. Yes,
Wanted to double check. All right, Commissioner Billingsley would like to be recognized as a sponsor.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to be added as a sponsor, please.
Okay.
Bradford.
Seconded by Bradford. Any objection? Seeing none, Commissioner Billingsley will be added as a sponsor, and I do apologize. Chairman Jones skipped over you.
That's okay. Thank you. But I do have one question. And I guess I don't disagree with this, but as it relates to the public defender's office and our balancing that, do we have to balance that with the 75% equation if we're even though I know it's federal funds? I guess I just need some clarity on that to see if that rule applies.
It does not apply. No, sir.
Okay, then that was my question. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Chairman Jones. Okay, seeing no one else in the queue, let's take this item to a vote, please.
Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
Aye.
Whaley,
Aye.
Wright,
Yes.
Milton,
Aye.
Brooks,
Aye.
Bradford,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes, ma'am.
Mills,
Aye.
Lowry,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Chairman Jones.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Brooks, Bradford, Ford, Mills, Lowry, Morrison, and Chairman Jones. We have 12 aye votes.
Thank you. That will come to with a favorable recommendation on Monday. Parliamentarian, would you please read item number 2?
Yes, ma'am. Item 2 is a resolution to, 1, approve a memorandum of agreement between the City of Memphis and Shelby County Government, the MOA, for the rights, use, and maintenance of security cameras purchased from Thomas Consultants to commence upon execution of all parties and shall continue through June 30th, 2026 to support the Shelby County Board of Commissioners' strategic priorities. 2, amend the fiscal year FY 2021 general fund operating budget in an amount not to exceed $182,909 for this initiative, and 3, transfer funds from the FY 2021 Commission contingency funds to the FY 2021 Commission's legislative operations funds. This item will require transfer from the FY 2021 Commission's contingency budget in an amount not to exceed $182,909, sponsored by Chairman Eddie S. Jones Jr. and Commissioner Edmund H. Ford Jr.
So move forward.
Second.
This item's been moved by Commissioner Ford, seconded by Chairman Jones. I go to one of the sponsors. Commissioner
All
Ford.
right. I think I got most of the information, if you would allow me, Commissioner Mills.
Chairman, I'm sorry, there's a substitute for this item.
Okay. Do we, well, I'm
The
gonna,
numbers. Would you like me to read the substitution?
let me go back to Commissioner Mills and let her handle it. It's her committee. So Commissioner Mills, get it forward back to you.
Mr. Chairman and parliamentarian, do we have to do a substitute? Can we not amend the number? The budget amendment is accurate. The only change is the number in the resolution. Can we please just do an amendment of the number in the resolution?
If a commissioner were care to make that motion.
I don't know what the number is, so what are we changing? Is that supposed to be 137?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Please move the full amount. Thank you.
Give me the numbers, parliamentarian, of what that is,
Sure.
and I'll make the motion.
After this item was added to the agenda, Finance Department explained that the change should be from 182,909 to 137,759 due to a prorated amount accounting for only 4 months of SIM card fee services and for the 188 cameras, and a prorated utility power estimation resulting in a difference of $6,016, which is the equivalent of $1,504 a month times 4 months.
Would you like to make a motion, Jones?
Yes, let me make the motion. I make a motion that this resolution be amended to reflect $137,759.
Second by Ford.
All right.
Is there an objection? It's been moved by Jones, seconded by Ford. Seeing none, proceed, Chairman Jones.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Mills. Commissioners, as you know, we've been trying to get this worked out for a pretty good while now. And we are in the final stages. We have a memorandum of agreement signed by the city of Memphis that they will become they have full administrative rights to the camera systems. The Thomas consultant will inundate them with that information so that that can be viewed through their real-time crime center. Secondly, the cameras are still owned by us. MPD did not want to integrate their systems to this, but they have accepted the administrative rights to the camera systems, so they can view it through their real-time crime center. Also, the cost for the SIM cards would go through IS because these cameras are recording on a 30-day window and then stored up in the cloud. The uniqueness of this system would allow for us to be able to go back even 5 years and retrieve camera information if we need it. But the SIM cards rewrite themselves every 30 days and stores it in their system. And so that is what we're doing. We have to pay for the utility services. We have to, and that is prepping those poles for that so that our cameras will have electric connectivity standard in the way the camera systems are being utilized by the city of Memphis now. And so that is the full gist of this resolution. And moving forward with that, and we're using our funds to do this out of the commission office. So that's all I have, unless it's questions for this. I also see Commissioner Brooks. Yes, we will have license plate readers with these cameras already built in. Also with the cameras, this is a unique camera system. Every time there is an update to the cameras, we get that for free. We don't have to pay for that. That is built into the programming of the cameras that will provide us the information that we need, and new updates and technology comes along with that for free. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Chairman Jones. I see no commissioners in the queue. Let's bring this item to a vote.
Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
Aye.
Whaley,
Aye.
Wright,
Yes.
Milton,
Aye.
Brooks,
Aye.
Bradford,
Yes.
Ford,
Aye.
Mills,
Aye.
Lowry,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Chairman Jones.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Brooks, Bradford, Ford, Mills, Lowry, Morrison, and Chairman Jones. We have 12 aye votes.
Thank you. That item will come to us Monday with a favorable recommendation, and that will conclude the Committee for Law Enforcement, Corrections, and Courts. Thank you all.
Glad to call Committee number 5, Land Use Planning, Transportation Code to order. Parliamentarian read item number 1.
Yes, sir. Item 1 is an ordinance, third reading. A joint ordinance amending the Memphis and Shelby County Unified Development Code is adopted by the City of Memphis on August 10th, 2010, and by Shelby County on August 9th, 2010, to revise and enhance the joint zoning and subdivision regulations by amending regulations that address nomenclature, referencing the Division of Planning and Development and the zoning administrator, the list of plans to be considered, gas stations, used tire sale establishments, conditional use permits, revocation of special use permits, and plan developments, extending the period during which the refiling of special use permits and plan developments is prohibited, and other provisions of the code, being case number ZTA 20-1, sponsored by Commissioner Willie F. Brooks Jr. and Commissioner Edmund H. Ford Jr.
Thank you. Do I have anyone to move this item? I don't see no one.
Move by Ford so we can move on.
Second by Bradford. Second.
Moved by Ford, second by Turner. Do we have Mr. Whitehead on? This is a third reading, so,
Yes, he's there. Hold one moment.
okay.
You hear me?
Yes.
Josh Whitehead, the zoning administrator for the Division of Planning and Development. There's been no update since second reading, but I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. I don't see any commissioners have any questions. If not, we can prepare the screen for voting. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Billingsley, Turner,
Aye.
Whaley,
Aye.
Wright,
Yes.
Milton,
Aye.
Brooks,
Aye.
Bradford,
Yes.
Ford,
Aye.
Mills,
Aye.
Lowry,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Chairman Jones.
Billingsley votes yes. Yeah, you better vote.
Chairman Jones,
Yes.
we have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley,
All right.
Whaley, Wright,
Okay.
Milton, Brooks, Bradford, Ford, Mills, Lowry, Morrison, and Jones. We have 12 aye votes.
Thank you. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation for Monday's meeting. Parliamentary read item number 2.
Item 2 is a discussion item, matter about allocated county funds.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Rosenfield, is he there for a presentation? I guess he is. You may proceed. I can't hear you.
Mr. Rosenfeld, you need to check your audio.
Okay, if I could share my screen, that'd be wonderful. Thank you.
And if you can state your name and address for the record, please.
Gary Rosenfeld, 2345 Massey Road, Memphis?
You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, sir. And I hope you can see the screen. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be in front of you today and give you an update on where MATA is at with the investment that the county has made this fiscal year. Public transit continues to be a vital link to opportunities for people in our communities, whether it be a trip to the park or to work or to school or to a doctor's appointment. One thing certainly reinforced during the pandemic is the need for an effective and efficient transportation system. Last year, Shelby County committed $2.5 million in capital to support transit projects that MATA had identified as part of the transit vision. We will discuss each of these projects in the slides ahead. The first project is the Southwest Transit Center, where the county's commitment of $1 million represents roughly 25% of the total cost. The next is the rolling stock required for an on-demand service, which will launch later this year in the Westwood, Boxtown, and Whitehaven areas. The rolling stock will cost about $500,000. MATA used this investment as local match and actually was able to convert an order for 6 vehicles into 22 vehicles to help with our paratransit vehicle replacement program. The last project is the M-Connect, or the BRT project, which connects downtown with the University of Memphis via Union Avenue and Poplar. This is a big project that will go a long ways to improve access for people and also improve safety along the corridor. The Southwest Transit Center is a new on-street transfer point to enable passengers to change the direction of their travel. There will be north, south, and east-west connections at the center, as well as the ability to go to the American Way, Airways, or Hudson Transit Centers. This on-street concept is a crucial step in reducing the wait times, as passengers will be able to transfer from more locations, reducing their overall ride times. Identified as a need in the transit vision, as you can see from this aerial rendering, the center will be at the northeast corner of Brooks and 3rd. It will consist of 4 bus bays. Currently, there's a fast food restaurant at the corner, as well as some truck parking. The only change we would seek on the property itself is to change the direction of the trucks as a safety issue, crossing the area where bus patrons might be crossing. The bus bays will use the BRT project concept. This concept shows the bus bays in slightly more detail. The back panels in the shelters can be used to display artwork, and the entire stop can be used as a landmark to display local art, providing exposure for local talent. Each bay will have a ticket vending machine, real-time information kiosks, real-time arrival information, a security camera system, along with ample seating. The bus bays will also feature level boarding, eliminating the step up to board or alight a bus. This also makes it easier for patrons using assistive devices in boarding the vehicle. The stop will also use off-board fare collection. This too speeds up the process of boarding when buses actually arrive. The whole idea is to speed up the process to reduce the amount of time that the buses are stopped. This project was initially identified in 2018. Although the county committed funding in 2020, MATA is still shoring up the remaining funding necessary to complete the project. A project management firm will be engaged in the spring of 2021, with site planning set for the second half of this year. Design and engineering will take about 9 months into 2022. If needed, utility relocation will take place in 2022 through 2023, and construction in earnest will occur in 2024. These are very conservative time estimates. We anticipate beating this schedule. The transit vision also called for a shift from coverage for the entire community to a frequency-based system. This requires the deployment of alternative transit projects as compared to traditional fixed route service. Microtransit is not a new concept within the industry. However, it is new to Memphis. What it is transit on demand. Rather than buses traveling along predetermined routes, customers will be able to request service via an app or by telephone. A shared ride bus will be dispatched to the area close to where the patron is, and in many cases right in front of their residence. And the customers will be taken directly to any location within the zone. If they wish to go someplace outside of the zone, then they will be taken to the closest transfer point for the direction in which they want to head. The pickups should be completed within 20 minutes and should greatly enhance the mobility of the community, as the current bus service can have as much as 2-hour headways of service. We expect this service to launch during the summer of this year. The first inspection of the first pre-production bus will occur at the manufacturer the week of March 8th, with delivery of the entire order expected in May of this year. As called for in the transit vision, this transit project is the second of 6 projects that were identified. Originally, the project zone was going to just be the communities of Westwood and Boxtown neighborhoods. After simulations by our software provider, it was determined that the zone should be larger to ensure that there would be adequate ridership to sustain the service. So a portion of Whitehaven has been added. This service will be excellent for seniors and others who have difficulty walking any long distances to bus stops. As the closest thing to light rail for far less investment, Matt is pleased to present an update on the Memphis Innovation Corridor project, which includes the BRT project known as M-Connect. The project will connect downtown, the medical district, and the University of Memphis via 2nd and 3rd Street in the downtown area, Union Avenue, and Poplar Avenue. The project includes dozens of new signal systems, complete lane configuration, along with a major portion of Union Avenue and the introduction of bus-only lanes in the downtown area. The program will also introduce the complete streets concept of planning, improve walkability, and best of all, improve overall safety. The 8-mile corridor from the heart of downtown Memphis through the medical district and on to the university will have 31 stations. The project has already spurred development and redevelopment along the entire corridor. The project hit a major milestone last week as we were granted a categorical exclusion for NEPA and SHPO certification, and it was accepted by the FTA. It's almost unheard of to get this accomplishment on 31 different sites all at one time. My congratulations to the teams of professionals that worked on this and were able to deliver it for MATA and the community. As stated in the Southwest Transit Center discussion, the M-Connect bus stations will have ticket vending machines, seating, security systems, real-time information kiosks, real-time bus arrival, signage, and level boarding. There will also be public display space for art and other information. This slide represents a financial plan required by the FTA and DOT. It shows what the projected cost was when the project was created and what the expenses will be when the money is actually spent. This project will move into construction phase later this year, and it will go on for roughly 2 years as we have 31 separate stations to build. The BRT, we have 2 funding streams with this project. The first is secured, and that would be the build grant, which we were awarded in 2019. The build grant funds must be obligated by September of this year, and the categorical exclusion clears the way for that to occur. We are awaiting and expect our project rating from the FTA on the capital investment or CIG application within the next couple of weeks. We are confident that once this rating is received, that contract and funding will follow. Like all schedules for construction that MATA produces, this schedule is very conservative. This slide represents what the Small Starts project rating program is all about. We submitted our application for rating in August of 2020. The FTA, project management and staff in DC and Region 4 in Atlanta are reviewing the project. We have answered all of their questions. Right in the middle of this project review, naturally, we have a change in administration. But given that transit is a favorite project of both parties, we don't anticipate any change or big directional movement with a new administration. We've been holding monthly project meetings with all the teams. We have sought support and met with the Washington team and the Atlanta team directly. And again, we have received the categorical exclusion, which should clear the way for the Small Starts contract. And with that, that's the update on the county's $2.5 million capital investment this year. And I would be happy to answer any questions anybody has.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenfield. Colleagues, do you have any questions or comments for Mr. Rosenfield?
I got two questions, Chairman.
Okay, Commissioner Ford, may proceed.
Very quickly, thank you for the presentation. I know this was on the 2.5 million. Was there anything, and I took screenshots of your presentation, is there anything in here concerning the 1.5% of the 75 million that you will receive for the next year? I think the sunset is next year. So I think that was about 1,125,000 per year. So that's about 2,250,000 of CIP. Was that in this presentation as well, or was this exclusively the $2,500,000?
Thank you, Commissioner. This presentation is only the 2.5 million. The CIP funding that you are referring to is, I believe, restricted to green technology, and we'll be coming forward with a package on that in the very near future, as the FTA just last week issued their funding grant opportunity, or notice of funding grant opportunity for no and low emission vehicles and programs. And we would like to take that money and commit it as local match funds to create a much larger program and bring a greater benefit to the community.
Mr. Chair, my second and final question, if we can make sure that we get a presentation concerning that CIP money. In fact, there was language added in the ordinance that we passed to ensure that we did get a presentation concerning that 1.5% that's laid out in the CIP concerning transportation, so that we can adhere to the ordinance and also make sure that taxpayers know where that money is going. I would request that we have at the appropriate time a separate presentation concerning that 1,125,000 for this year. And I don't know if I think we did present last year on the 1,125,000. So if we can go ahead and get that, that's my recommendation, and that's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Yeah, thank you. And Mr. Rosenfield, could you forward a copy of your presentation to the commission?
Certainly, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Are there any other commissioners who'd like to speak?
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And this concludes the discussion with MATA. Thank you for the update. Commissioners, this concludes the Land Use Planning, Transportation, and Code Committee. Now I'll refer to Conservation, which is Chairman Mick Wright.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Brooks. I'll call to order Committee Number 9, Conservation. Madam Parliamentarian, do we need you to read in item number 1?
I will happily, sir. Item 1 is a discussion item, Byhalia Pipeline.
Thank you so much. And we have with us today, Katie Martin, I believe should be on with us from Plains All-American Pipeline. And we also will have Deidre Malone from the Carter Malone Group with us. Are you online with us?
There was a change, Mr. Chairman. You have a Brad Leon, and you also have Miss Deidre Malone.
Okay.
Hello,
Brad
this
Leon?
is Brad. Yes. Can you hear
Okay,
me?
welcome. Yeah, if we could get just your name and title, and then you'll have 10 minutes for your presentation. And then we'd love to give commissioners a chance to ask you some questions.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for giving me the chance to speak with you today. My name is Brad Leone. I'm the Director of Communications and Government Relations at Plains All-American Pipeline. And we have a presentation to talk to you a little bit about the Byhalia Connection Pipeline. And if we can get the slide on, that would be great.
Mr. Chairman, give us a second. We had a disruption in one of our staff's internet connection, so we're gonna have to move it to another staff member. So give us one moment.
Well,
Thank you, Ms.
and
Folsom.
we're very familiar with disruption here. Our company is headquartered in the Houston area, and my colleague Katie was supposed to speak with you today, but she actually lost power a few hours ago, so I'm happy to join instead.
Well, yeah, thank you for jumping on that with very little notice. I had one comment written down just to share today with regard to this discussion. That's just that this week really has shown us the importance, has really demonstrated the value both of a good, strong energy source as well as a good source of water. Obviously here in Memphis, we have some issues today with water and water supply and having to conserve water. And of course, we know in the South and across the country, there are issues of energy outages and that kind of thing. So we appreciate you stepping up today and being with us. And that was really, I think, just to give you an opportunity to speak to some of the questions that have been brought to us. I know commissioners have questions. We've heard a lot of constituents ever since this issue was brought before the commission. We were not expecting this to come to the county level, but it has now come to us, and so I wanted to give you an opportunity to speak and hopefully clear up some questions that we have, that commissioners have, and particularly in my case around protecting our aquifer and our water source. So I'm interested in what you might have to say around those issues.
Excellent. We appreciate the opportunity to speak to you, and grateful for this forum. I'll do a quick introduction about the company while we wait to get it looks like we're getting the slides online. Plains All-American, just a little bit about us, if you can go to the next slide. Plains All-American is a publicly traded Fortune 500 company, and we own and operate midstream energy infrastructure across North America. We have about 18,500 miles of regulated pipelines that focus primarily on moving crude oil from place to place. And so we are a midstream company, which means that we're not producing the crude oil, we're not pulling it out of the ground, and we don't refine it into products like gasoline and jet fuels and others. We are focused on moving the crude oil to where it needs to be. If you can go to the next slide. As a company, we really are invested in doing the right thing. Our Byhalia project team has been working in the Memphis community for more than 18 months, really trying to listen to learn, to study, to volunteer, and really seek common ground. Our partner in this project, this pipeline project, is Valero, and they have 500 employees and contractors live and work here. And as I mentioned, we may have a Houston headquarters, but we have employees, contractors, vendors, and pipelines already in the Memphis area. The slide that you see right now, it says about the project, the Helia Connection Pipeline. I'll mention that it's a 24-inch diameter pipeline that's essentially connecting the Valero refinery to an existing north-south refinery in Byhalia, Mississippi. So it runs about 49 miles. It's 24 inches in diameter. It's going to be owned, the pipeline itself will be owned by a joint venture between Plains and Valero. And I would note here that we do hold all of the necessary environmental permits to construct this pipeline. If you go on to the next slide, we wanted to talk a bit about why this project is important. It's important because, as you mentioned, crude oil is critical to the energy that we rely on every day. And efficient, safe pipeline transportation means less dependence on foreign sources. This project itself is going to provide economic benefit to the Memphis area and Mid-South as we construct and operate this pipeline, both in the construction activities and as we are an ongoing taxpayer once this line is in service. And we are absolutely committed to safety as we construct, and pipelines are the safest way to move crude oil, which is something that we rely on every day. Going on to the next slide, I wanted to just tell you a bit about some of the benefits to Shelby County. We will be, about 7 miles of the pipeline will be in Shelby County, and we'll be paying property tax on that line annually. We estimate it's about $500,000 for the first year alone. So that's millions of dollars in property taxes over the decades the line will be in service. We believe that the pipeline, as we construct, there'll be over $3 million in ripple effect benefits for local businesses hit by COVID-19 during construction. Those are, folks like hotels and restaurants and others as our team comes in town to construct. And then we do anticipate about $3.5 million in local hires as we plan and construct the pipeline. And we've already given over $1 million to support Memphis area nonprofits and first responders. And if we go to the next slide, I'll talk a little bit more about that. Just in the short time that we've been in the area, actually the slide before that one.
Yeah, they need to go back go back another one.
This would be one more.
Yeah. One more.
Yep.
Well, I think we're going forward.
Yeah. We'll go back
that's it. That's it right there.
That's the one right there. Perfect.
Yeah.
So in the short time that we've been involved in the Shelby County area, we've brought supplies to Shelby County school students and teachers. We've brought laptops and hotspots to support remote learning. We've provided needed food to families in need, and invested over $275,000 in COVID relief efforts, and really trying to get involved and understand and meet the needs of the community. In fact, we're currently evaluating several other community investment opportunities that will demonstrate our continuing commitment to be a long-term partner in the community. And we're hoping to announce something soon that can be implemented once the line is in service. So we're excited to get to know Memphis and to truly try to contribute to support local resident needs. We can go to the next slide. I did want to mention that pipelines aren't new to Shelby County. There are 10 or more major oil and gas pipelines that are in the Memphis area already atop the Memphis Sands aquifer in Tennessee. And based on our calculations in the Memphis area, just about every home or business is located within about 5 miles of an oil and gas pipeline that's already there. And, you know, we at Plains All American built a pipeline that came into Shelby County and started operations about 3.5 years ago. And that's a pipeline that's been in service without incident for the last 3.5 years. If you go to the next slide. We know that we did a survey last month and found that most residents in the area support or even strongly support this pipeline. The survey that we did in January, we really focused on those living within 5 miles of the pipeline, but it revealed that nearly half of the region's voters are in support of the pipeline, while just 24% are in opposition, and about 25% are unsure. And that, you know, ultimately, after hearing some additional facts about the project, the support rose from 49% to about 56%. And of those, 26% of the residents were strongly in support of the pipeline. Now, separate from that, we know that about 95% of the landowners along the route have signed easement agreements with us, which shows, again, a level of support for this project. Moving on to the next slide, I know that the item was brought up about the aquifer. And what we wanted to mention was that during every phase of the pipeline design, construction, and operation, we put measures in place to ensure the safety and protection of the aquifer. And the drinking water portion of the aquifer is located at a substantially greater depth than our pipeline. The majority of our pipeline will be about 4 feet below the surface. These conclusions were echoed by 2 of the environmental permitting agencies that we heard from, including the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation and the United States Army Corps of Engineers. And one of the things that the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation said was that, you know, that we have no reason to believe there's any possibility of affecting the deep regional aquifer. And again, there's a couple of quotes on the screen for you to take a look at from those permits. Going on to the next slide, I talked about pipelines being the safest option to transport energy. You know, today oil furnishes about 40% of the world's energy, and you know that crude oil and gas is used to create plastics, cell phones, personal protective equipment. You know, like the masks and even some of the vaccine equipment that are, you know, critical during the pandemic. You know, automobiles, computers. You know, pipelines are the safest and most environmentally friendly way to transport crude oil. PHMSA, that's the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration. They're the federal regulator of pipelines. They said that it would take a constant line of tanker trucks, about 750 per day, loading up and moving out every 2 minutes, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to move the volume of even a modest pipeline. And the railroad equivalent of that single pipeline would be a train of 225 tank cars that could hold, you know, 28,000 gallons of crude oil. So again, crude oil, you know, pipelines are the safest and most efficient way to move crude oil from place to place. Next slide. I wanted to mention that our company is truly committed to safety. I mentioned that we've had a pipeline in the area that's operated for 3.5 years without incident. Last year in 2020, we safely moved about 90 billion gallons of crude oil throughout North America. And we certainly, even with safety being a focus, because it is such a focus, we actually prepare to respond to potential incidents. You know, we train local first responders as we come into new areas, and we've actually hired a Memphis oil spill response organization just to be on call 24/7, 365. We monitor the pipeline continually, and we have shut-off systems that stop the flow. We really do everything we can to safely operate a pipeline. Going to the next slide, this reemphasizes that as well, that we've got that 24/7, 365 monitoring, that we put cathodic protection, which helps to guard the pipeline against any kind of corrosion, or, you know, just to maintain the integrity of the pipeline. We do walks and aerial surveillance of the pipeline once it's installed, and even check the integrity of the pipeline, you know, before and after placing that line into service. Next slide. I think we wanted to mention that I know that the topic of the pipeline came up in a recent county commission meeting. We wanted to point out a couple of items about the project. About 92% or 62 out of the 67 parcels in Shelby County that we're crossing are vacant properties. We did this intentionally so that we could have minimal impacts on to residents. But of the 5 properties that actually have a home on them, we've reached agreement with all those homeowners. There were 2 properties that were recently bifurcated by the commission in a recent vote. This was a tax vote. Plains was the highest bidder for both properties. You know, we still want to purchase those properties, and we're certainly open to working with the county and with the city to ensure that residents receive the most benefit from the land once the pipeline is in operation. You know, we've certainly, you know, we know that those 2 properties were kind of set aside, and we've begun to evaluate other routes if we can't purchase those properties. But the alternative routes would cross other properties owned by Shelby County residents or businesses. So our goal would still be to be able to acquire those 2 tax properties if possible. Moving on to the last slide, I'd mentioned that we're anxious to continue to work closely with the county going forward. We'd love to have continuing, you know, discussions with each one of you individually, and we're happy to come in front of the commission and update you regularly as needed on the progress of the project. We've also established a community advisory panel, which is helping to guide our community engagement and charitable giving efforts. We welcome you to reach out and talk to members of the community advisory panel, and even to have a county commissioner or designee join the community advisory panel if it's something you're interested in. And then, you know, to talk to some of the folks that know us and have worked with us closely. We have a number of people that have gotten to know us over the last 18 months, and we look forward to continuing to get to know others as we become a long-term partner in the community. With that, I would open happy to answer any questions that you have.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Leon. And we do have one commissioner first, Commissioner Ford.
All right, Mr. Chairman, Brad, Deidre, thank you. What I'm going to do to try to preserve a little time, Chairman Wright, but at the same time, go ahead and try to put some finality on some things. I hope that you can allow me a little latitude to go through what I would call a lightning round of questions that I would like for either Brad or Deidre or both of them to answer concerning some items. I know that we have gotten a lot of, and I'm just going to be real, we've gotten a lot of copied and pasted emails by individuals. Many of those individuals may not necessarily live in 38109. There's a few that don't even live in Memphis, Tennessee or Shelby County. And you don't see the media or others putting, in my eyes, in my strong opinion, with evidence, a fair side of equality for both. And I'm just simply going to say that you got those who may email us who have started to threaten some community leaders and others. My thing is, if you can disagree on having the pipeline or this, that, and the other, but when you get to the point of where you're starting to threaten community leaders and others, I could care less what you got to say, because if you threaten somebody in Westwood, West Junction, and Walker Homes, you got to start answering to me, and do they have the courage to say that to me? So with that being said, Mr. Chairman, let me just go ahead and go through this lightning round of questions. I hope Brad and Deidre are ready. Are y'all ready?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. First of all, I did see your slides. Can you assure that the community that the pipeline will be operated safely?
We every aspect of this pipeline is designed with safety in mind, from the planning stages to the construction to the operation. We are focused on safely and committed to and focused on safely designing, constructing, and operating this pipeline.
All right. How was this route chosen by the company, or whether it was a federal or state? Because I know that the permits are exclusively federal and state and has nothing to do with city and county. Unfortunately, that information and disinformation was put out there. So can you explain about the route and the alternative routes and the permits?
Yeah, it's a great question. So the routing was done to truly look at a number of different options and we chose the route with the least collective impact to the area. And you know, the pipeline is routed through South Memphis because the Valero refinery is in South Memphis. But after looking at a number of different things, including proximity to water features, proximity to threatened and endangered species, proximities to schools, and other historic options, we found the route that truly tried to look at all those different areas and find, and again, also looking for vacant properties. We tried to parallel existing utility lines or railroads where we could, and looked to really focus on vacant properties. That's why 62 out of the 67 properties that we're routed through in Shelby County are vacant. To discuss the permit, you're exactly right that the permits to construct the pipeline we have environmental permits that we received from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And
I'm sorry, Brad. I appreciate you answering,
no problem.
but I'm gonna need you to be more cogent and concise because I have a list.
Okay.
So can you go right to the permits and why eminent domain is required and why it is state and federal eminent domain?
So eminent domain, we are following the laws of Tennessee that essentially allows us to first negotiate. We want to negotiate with landowners, but if we can't come to a mutually agreeable solution, we have the right as a public utility to seek eminent domain. We're not taking people's homes. We're only seeking the right to construct the pipeline and to do occasional maintenance on the line once it's in service.
And may I add, that is the last resort. Eminent domain is always the last resort.
Okay. And you're not taking people's homes, unlike what emails, what copied and pasted emails have told us.
That's correct. We are not taking homes. We are only acquiring the property to construct the pipeline. And it's only, we don't own that property. We only have an easement to construct and occasionally maintain it. The landowners or the property owners maintain ownership of the land. So they're getting paid just for allowing us to construct the pipeline there and occasionally maintain it.
And how are you compensating them accordingly to 62 out of 67, which is 93%?
We offer essentially above, what we believe to be offers that are above market value for that property, and that's done. We'll actually go get surveys where needed and make offers that are above the value of that property.
How long will the construction be, and how frequently will you be checking for leaks and maintenance in order to ensure safety?
Construction is typically, for a pipeline like this, is approximately 9 months from kind of the starting to get it in service. And that could start as early as, Q2. And, we'll be doing things to actively look at the safety of the pipeline on a daily basis, to weekly basis when we fly over it or walk the line, to a regular schedule of inline inspections as well, and a periodic inline inspections to understand things. So we're constantly looking at the safety of this pipeline.
All right, can you talk about the job creation and the economic impact that you forecast concerning this project?
Yeah, we expect that there'll be somewhere in the neighborhood of $3.5 million of local hires as we get started with construction. We know that we'll anticipate that there'll be property taxes of at least $500,000 a year for the city of Memphis, and also we did a study that showed that there'll be somewhere in the neighborhood of $3+ million of economic impact brought to the city because in the area because of the construction efforts. So lots of different ways we're contributing, and we're excited to contribute.
And Commissioner, may I add that Plains was intentional when seeking the RFP with the general contractor to ask for a plan in terms of local hire, potential local hire. So they were intentional in that regard.
Okay. Got a few more questions, Mr. Chair, just to make sure that the record is straight. Again, I'm neither for or against. I just want people to be transparent and to tell the truth. That includes the media. So the media has been completely one-sided on this. As far as communities like Westwood, et cetera, what assistance are they getting? I mean, this is an area that I've represented for 14 years. And this is an area that has a lot of needs, and they are very, very vocal concerning those particular needs. And I just want to make sure that 38109 and 116, the two zip codes that I represent, have the least negative impact possible. But if this company is trying to be a friendly neighbor, not one time, but multiple times, what specifically would or has this company decided that they could do in order to benefit the constituents of 38109? Not the people that want to talk and say they represent them who live everywhere else. I'm talking about what y'all can do that I can see, that I can articulate back. Because I say that because I've talked to people on both sides. I talked to people who say they just don't want to be bothered, etc., and they got that right. And I told them about how this is state and federal regulated. But I've also talked to some people. I've actually talked to a community leader that he was supposed to get interviewed by the Daily Memphian. But when the Daily Memphian found out that he was actually in favor, they called him back and said, you're in favor, so we have no interest in talking to you anymore. So yes, I'm about the Daily Memphian. I know exactly what you did, and you need to be on notice. But go back to my question, please.
So we have committed a multi-year commitment to uplift Westwood. They are clearly a great community partner, and they're passionate about improving the Westwood area. And you can expect that you'll see some more information on some of the things we're doing with them coming soon. Deidre, any other specifics you can speak of
Or Feed the Needy, Commissioner Ford, with Ruth Rawlings Banks and Helping Hands as well in that community. They do great work, and we've definitely been supportive of them. T.O. Fuller Park, and we're looking to do a nice sized project with the park, and we know that that's in your district as well. So excited about the opportunity to be in the district.
Okay. I told the same thing to Elvis Presley Enterprises about being a friendly neighbor, and I'm still working on them. So I have to give you the same questions, and I'm still working on them to make sure that they do right by people who live in close proximity to that area as well. So last few questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, since this is right in my backyard, no pun intended. Property taxes. How much do you expect to pay on property taxes?
We expect there'll be about $500,000 a year in the city of Memphis, and that's for the life of the project. That we will be paying property taxes, so that's millions of dollars in benefit to the city.
Okay, and then my last two questions. We have articulated for over a month that a federal permit and a state permit were needed. You have acquired them. So with the exception of these copied and pasted emails and individuals who have their own agendas, in my opinion, why are we here from a local perspective? Because I'm getting emails talking about now, well, in order to stop the whole program, all you county commissioners have to do is this, and all you city council members have to do this, when it has been brought to my attention multiple times that it's a federal permit and a state permit. So you are going to, I'm going to let you know, there are people that are already saying that, well, if y'all just say you're against it, it's going to go away. Or if you don't sell these 2 vacant parcels, it's going to go away. They're putting, in my opinion, false hope. And then number 2, even if this commission decides, hey, these two parcels, let's just go ahead and not vote in favor via land bank, then now I got a particular issue if you have to go back into the neighborhood and possibly look at that eminent domain that you just mentioned. Then I'll have a particular problem, because I believe that is going to be more viable if you use vacant lots than going into other people's property, and then lawsuits may occur. But then even if you offer higher than face value to these folks, not only has their property been disrupted, they're probably not going to get any benefit, because they'll have to probably give their attorneys all that money. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, we do have the federal, state, and local permits, the environmental permits needed to construct the pipeline. We, as with you, would like to acquire the two tax properties from the county, and hope that we can do so, because if not, then that would require us to route the line on other area residents, and that's not the preferable option here. So we would absolutely like to find a way to acquire those two properties.
And then my last question, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner, before you go further, and I'd like to respectfully ask, I know it's an agenda item for March 17th, I believe, but if there's any way Commissioner Sawyer can reconsider, that discussion and move it up closer, we greatly appreciate it.
I'll have to ask about the parliamentary procedure on that, but let me go and get my last question out of the way. Again, I'm neither one way or the other, and I've already expressed that. I'm not the type of person where I'm going to be like, hey, I'm against it, and then make some faction happy. But at the same time, I'm not going to just say I support something that could have an environmental impact a generation down the road or something like that. That's why I let the constituents do what they needed to do, the community leaders and all of that, and they reported back to me. It's unfortunate that these factions, because they did not want to bring a congressman or a state rep or a state senator in the mix, their last resort was, well, we know what will definitely get it in the newspaper or whatever, FORD. And it's unfortunate, but at the same time, I've been an elected official for 14 years, so I'm used to the media not being fair to me. At the same time, they're just trying to get newspapers bought and get more clicks. And I say this, Mr. Chair, because there was one person that contacted me. His name is Carrington, and he knew that the item was not dealing with the pipeline. But his response was basically, well, I still need to run a story anyway. I don't have respect for him or his MLK 50. So the last question I have is, what are you going to do in order to continue to have this communication? Because these folks are not going to go anywhere. They're not going to necessarily tell the entire truth, because they have their own agendas and motives. And I'm talking about those that email you and particular media outlets. So what are you going to do, former county commissioner who specializes in PR? And what are you going to do, Brad, in order to make sure that this information is out there? Because this is probably going to be the last time I discuss this, because I think we need to make sure that people know that this was a federal and state issue. This is not lay in the lap of us local officials, and we need to move on. And I don't have anything else to say after that, Mr. Chair. I appreciate you giving me the latitude.
Well, and just to answer that question, we're continuing to do our best to communicate with the public. Everything from we're hosting virtual office hours and in-person office hours to address questions of local residents. We're pushing out information via social media and our website. We're also going door to door and sharing door hangers and doing direct mail and doing some advertisements in local media as well. We really do want to get out the facts, and we're going to continue to do our best to do that. So those are some of the ways we're trying to push out information. Anything else, Deidre, you'd add?
Outside of speaking to organizations, the Whitehaven Rotary and other organizations that really want to hear what we have to say, but Brad summed it up. I mean, we're looking to reach as many people as possible to share what we're trying to do with the Byhalia Connection Pipeline. And I have to say that we've been transparent, in my opinion, from day one. We've had open houses. Brett mentioned the virtual open houses. And for those that don't have internet access, we want them to know that if they call or email us, that we will make accommodations where they can come to a location and actually talk to our experts about the pipeline. So we're doing whatever we can, as well as communicating through our community advisory panel, sharing information with them so they can then take that information about our project to their communities.
Okay, and I'm a sign off for a little bit, Chairman, but thank you for allowing me to get those questions in. I just wanted to simply say thank you for having this, but at the end of the day, I hope the facts and figures are out there, and I will say this to Deidre and Brad. I think the communication on y'all's side has been one to where I'll put it this way, it's not all your fault, because when other folks put out a lot of information out there that is not 100% true, you just don't know how to necessarily counter it. That's why I had to ask you that last question, because if your side was out there more in a fair and honest way, we wouldn't be here today discussing this item. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Ford. Excellent questions. And just to follow up on something that you said a moment ago, I think really it's incumbent upon all of us to really just come at this in an unbiased way and do our due diligence to make sure that this is a good decision for the county, and especially for myself. Well, for you, Dr. Ford, being the representative of the area in question, of course, we give your opinion the most weight, and we appreciate your involvement in this discussion and your opinion on the issues. As for myself, being chair of our conservation committee, again, it's incumbent upon me to ask the questions and make sure that we don't do anything that would have a negative impact on current or future generations for the resources that have been entrusted to us. And so, yeah, I just had one follow-up question for you, Mr. Leon, about, I saw there was something on the slide about a Memphis organization that you are partnering with regard to an oil spill response. Should the kind of the worst case scenario occur, I guess you would have someone on call. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, that's exactly right. We will have someone, a local company on call 24/7, 365 to be prepared to respond if there was something that happened on this pipeline. And they are based in Memphis. We've identified them already, and I don't have their name, but happy to give additional details for you. We'll also be looking to have equipment close by as well, if there's any kind of equipment needed to respond quickly to any kind of an incident. We're committed to all aspects of safety in this project, including being prepared to safely respond should something happen.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there other commissioners who are wishing to speak or ask a question at this time? Hearing none, Mr. Leon or Ms. Malone, are there any other points or things that you would like to mention before we conclude this discussion?
We really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you, appreciate the time that was given. And as I mentioned at the end, we are committed to being a long-term partner in the area. we're committed to an ongoing dialogue with local elected officials, and we're certainly happy to continue to update this group and provide information on the project and our progress as needed. So we are happy to do whatever it takes to continue to, and again, would invite you, if you'd like to nominate someone to be a part of our community advisory panel. We'd love to have somebody to be involved in the ongoing discussions about our community engagement and charitable giving efforts.
Thank you, Commissioner. No, outside of thanking you, Commissioner, for the opportunity to share our side of the story. We appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, commissioners, final call, last chance. I would hate for us to move forward back to the previous resolutions that were before us and for you to have questions that are not resolved. So any further questions or concerns that you have, please speak them now. I'm hearing and seeing none. So with that said, thank you again, Mr. Leon. I appreciate you stepping in at the last minute. Wish Ms. Barton the best with her situation in Texas, and hopefully get all of those things get cleared up soon. Thank you, Ms. Malone, for being with us and for your continued partnership with us. And we'll be in touch with you as things progress. Thank you so much. And this will conclude both this item and our committee number 9, conservation. Thank you very much.
Okay, we call to order committee number 14, delinquent tax properties. Please read for item.
Yes, sir. Item 1 is a resolution approving the sale of 25 county-owned delinquent tax parcels acquired from various Shelby County tax sales to identified purchasers at prices collectively totaling $21,680 pursuant to the sale provisions of Tennessee Code annotated section 67-5-2507 and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute proclaimed deeds, sponsored by Commissioner Reginald Milton.
Okay, I move. Do I have a second?
Turner seconds.
Okay, it's been moved by me, second by Turner. Any discussion on this item? Then please, any commissioner wish to speak on this item? Then please, let's move to a vote. Prepare the screen.
This item can only be voted on by members of the actual committee. So Commissioner Milton.
Aye.
Mills.
Aye.
Brooks. And Wright.
Yes.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Wright, Milton, and Neal. We have 3 aye votes.
Okay, item go down with favorable recommendation. Please read your second item.
Commissioner Milton.
Yes, Mr. Chair, go right ahead.
Yeah, I had gotten muted out, and I did. I had some questions before y'all went into a vote, but it looks like you guys had already voted, and as a matter of me, I can ask the same questions on
item number 2, if you want to.
Yes, so just keep moving. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Please read the second item.
Item 2 is a resolution approving the conveyance of improved parcel of county-owned delinquent tax property to Carl Crutcher Jr. Outreach Foundation, a Tennessee nonprofit corporation, for nominal consideration, and to authorize the Shelby County Mayor to execute proclaimed deed, sponsored by Commissioner Wilson.
I move the item. Do I have a second?
Turner seconds the item.
I move. Commissioner Turner has second. Mr. Chair, you have a comment? Chairman Jones, you have a comment?
And we're voting, okay, aye.
No. You said you had something you wanted to, a comment you wanted to make, Chairman?
Not, well, the only question I would ask on this, where is the actual property that's being donated? What? That's the only thing I want to know about that particular item.
For number two, you're asking,
Yeah.
sir, or is that for number one? Number two?
Number two.
Okay, can someone answer that question for the chair?
The property is located at East Trigg and South Wellington. It's in 38106, but this one was submitted before.
Okay, so y'all think y'all know what my next question gonna be, but thank you for your answer in advance, Ms. Woods. Yeah, I just want to make sure we stand in that, because I do not want to get all these emails and people complaining, oh, you should let me do this and that, and I get it.
And I appreciate you bringing up that point, Mr. Chair. Any items you see in the third one, you will see also will say South Memphis. The only reason these items are going through is that they actually were presented before the moratorium, and that's the only reason we're allowing them to come before us now. But that's an excellent question, excellent point, sir.
Yeah, you would not believe the number of emails I got, so I just want to make sure.
No, I would believe, trust me, I would believe you. Can we go to a vote, please, on this item?
All members of the commission can vote on this item. Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
Aye.
Whaley, Wright,
Yes.
Bolton,
Aye.
Ford,
Aye.
Hills,
Aye.
Lowry,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Chairman Jones.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Wright, Milton, Ford, Mills, Lowry, Morrison, and Chairman Jones. We have 9 aye votes.
Okay, I'm good time with favorite recommendation. Please read the next item.
Item 3. Item 3 is a resolution approving the sale of 56 county-owned delinquent tax parcels located in South Memphis zip codes 38106 and 38126, acquired from various Shelby County tax sales to identified purchasers at various prices, collectively totaling $113,980 pursuant to the sale provisions of Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 67-5-2507, and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute the claim deed, sponsored by Commissioner Reginald.
And Commissioners, this is a broad list of purchasers, nothing out of the ordinary in the situation. Is anyone wish to make comment on this? Anyone wish to state anything?
Need a motion and
Hearing
second?
I didn't get a motion and second. I'm sorry. I thought I did. I'll motion it. May I get a second?
Second term.
Okay, the motion second. Seeing no one wishing to speak on this item, let's go ahead and move to a vote.
This is another item where only members of the committee can vote. So Commissioner Milton,
Aye.
Hills,
Aye.
and Wright.
Yes.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Wright, Milton, and Mills. We have 3 aye votes.
Okay, I am concerned with favorable recommendation. Please read the next item.
Item 4 is a resolution finding that 57 properties scheduled for tax sale number 1703 on February 23rd, 2021 that pose an environmental risk, have financial liabilities, or are non-conforming or non-buildable so as to allow the county commission to advise the clerk of the Chancery Court to not bid on such properties on behalf of Shelby County government. Sponsored by Commissioner Reginald Milton.
Okay, I will motion that. Do I have a second?
Turner seconds.
Okay, then moved in second. Our trustee wishes to speak on this item. Please go right ahead. Have you unmuted yourself? I still can't hear you. Trustee, now you know we all can hear you when you speak, so I think you're muted. Still no good.
Oh, one moment, we'll check.
Okie dokie.
Sorry, I
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now, Chairman?
Okay, there's that powerful voice. Go right ahead.
All right, thank you. The trustee would like to request that these two items, number 4 and 5, be sent down with no recommendation. Although we schedule our tax sales and choose properties well in advance, we received these two lists of potential no bids yesterday. And although the tax attorneys are reviewing them, they are not complete. They have not finished their review of the no bids, and these two lists on 4 and 5 represent approximately 12% of the properties in the tax sale. It starts next week and on the 2nd of March. So we would like to have you send it down with no recommendation, and we will again attempt to communicate with the administration and try to come up with a more reasonable idea of what is appropriate to no bid under the statute and a more timely process again.
Understood. Understood. Commissioners, can we send this down without a recommendation? Hearing no objections. Okay, do so. Please read item number 5.
I apologize.
Madam Parliamentarian, you went out.
Did we get a motion and second for the motion to, a mover and second for the motion to send down without recommendation? I apologize.
I apologize. I will move to have a second.
I second that, Turner.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Thank God you're here. I don't know if I could be able to get these down without you. Okay, that's been moved in second. Okay, read the next item, please.
Yes, sir. Item 5 is a resolution finding that 50 properties scheduled for tax sale number 1704 on March 2nd, 2021 that pose an environmental risk, have financial liabilities, or are non-conforming or non-buildable so as to allow the county commission to advise the clerk of the Chancery Court to not bid on properties on behalf of Shelby County government. Sponsored by Commissioner Reginald Milton.
Okay. The same, correct, trustee? Okay.
Yes, Regina Newman, Shelby County trustee. We also request the same on this resolution.
Okay, a request to move this down without a vote.
A motion and a second to get it on the floor properly.
And I was going there. Thank you very much, though. That's all right. I motion it, and may I have a second?
Second, right.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. Is there any objections? Hearing none, we'll move this item down without a recommendation. Okay, and that concludes the delinquent tax properties. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, trustee.
Commissioner Lowry, are you on?
Look, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I hear you.
Hear you.
Sorry about that. All right, start committee number 17. Parliamentary, please read item number 1.
Yes, sir. Item 1 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2021 operating budget of $15,000 to Rural Heritage Trust of Southwest Tennessee, Inc., a charitable organization, sponsored by Commissioner Amber Mills.
And can we get a mover in a second?
Turner moves the item.
I second. Commissioner Milton.
Thank you. I don't believe there's any commissioners like to speak on this item.
Chairman Lowry.
Yes. Great, Commissioner.
Thank you. I wanted to move to amend this by the same amount, so to add an additional 15,000.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Wright. Add 15,000, take the total to 30,000. Any other commissioners like to speak on this item? All right, hearing none, let's take this item to a vote.
And who was the second, please?
I'll second. Lowry. Are we ready to take this to a vote?
Yes. Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
Aye.
Whaley, Wright,
Yes.
Milton,
Aye.
Ford, Mills,
Aye.
Lowry,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Chairman Jones. We have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Wright, Milton, Mills, Lowry, and Morrison. We have 7 aye votes.
Thank you. That goes down with the favorable recommendation. Item number 2.
Item 2 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2021 operating budget of $31,000 to Memphis Leadership Foundation, DBA Restore Corps, a charitable organization, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
Thank you. Can I get a mover in a second?
Turner
Mover,
move.
Milton.
I second. Turner.
Thank you. Is there anyone who would like to speak on this item? All right. I would like to amend this for 10,000. Can I get a second?
Right.
I
Second.
second it. That's Turner.
Thank you. Now it takes the total to 41,000. Are there any other commissioners like to be recognized? All right. Here now, let's take it to a vote.
Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
Aye.
Wright,
Yes.
Milton,
Aye.
Ford, Mills,
Aye.
Lowry,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Wright, Milton, Mills, Lowry, Morrison, and Chairman Jones. We have 8 aye votes.
The item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 3.
Item 3 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2021 operating budget of $10,000 to Hype Helping Young People Excel, a charitable organization sponsored by Commissioner Amber Mills.
And can I get a move in a second?
Turner moves.
A motion. I second. Commissioner
you.
Milton.
Thank you. Any commissioners wishing to speak on this item? All right, let's take it to a vote.
Commissioner Billingsley, Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
Aye. Turner's an aye.
I've got you. Thank you, sir. Wright,
Yes.
Milton,
Aye.
Mills,
Aye.
Lowry,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Chairman Jones.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Wright, Milton, Mills, Lowry, Morrison, and Chairman Jones. We have 8 aye votes.
Thank you. The item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 4.
Chairman Lowry or Evelyn, before we move forward, Rosalind, who was the mover and who was the second on that item, please?
Which item?
3.
Turner move, Milton second.
All right, got it. Thank you. Item 4 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2021 operating budget of $25,000 to Memphis Hightailers, a charitable organization sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley.
Thank you. Get a mover in a second.
Moved by Morrison.
Second by Commissioner Milton.
Thank you. Any commissioners wishing to speak? Hearing none. Take it to a vote.
Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
Turner's an aye.
Wright,
Yes.
Milton,
Aye.
Mills,
Aye.
Lowry,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Chairman Jones.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Wright, Milton, Mills, Lowry, Morrison, and Jones. We have 8 aye votes.
Thank you. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 5.
Item 5 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2021 operating budget of $5,000 to the Way Church of Memphis, Inc., a charitable organization sponsored by Commissioner Willie F. Brooks Jr.
Thank you. Can I get a mover in a second?
Moved by Morrison.
Second by Commissioner Milton.
Moved by Morrison, second by Milton. Thank you. Any commissioner wishing to speak on this item? Hearing none, let's take it to a vote.
Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
Aye.
Wright,
Yes.
Milton,
Aye.
Brooks,
Aye.
I'm sorry, Mills, thank you. Lowry,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Chairman Jones.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Wright, Milton, Mills, Lowry, Morrison, and Jones. We have 8 aye votes.
The item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 6.
Item 6 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2021 operating budget of $7,500 to Main Street Collierville, a charitable organization sponsored by Commissioner David Bradford.
Thank you. Can I get a mover in a second?
Turner moved the item.
Second by Milton.
Thank you. Any commissioners wishing to speak on the item? Hearing none, let's take it to a vote.
Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
Turner is an aye.
Wright,
Yes.
Milton,
Aye.
Mills,
Aye.
Lowry,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Chairman Jones.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Wright, Milton, Mills, Lowry, Morrison, and Jones. We have 8 aye votes.
Thank you. The item goes down with a favorable recommendation. We go on item number 7.
Item 7 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2021 operating budget of $11,000 to Community Project, Inc., a charitable organization sponsored by Chairman Eddie S. Jones Jr.
Thank you.
I'll move it.
I
Second by
second it.
Milton.
All right, looks like I heard a movement by Jones, second by Milton. Any commissioner would like to speak on this item? All right, hearing none, take it to a vote.
Just a second, the machine's slowing down. Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
Aye.
Wright,
Yes.
Hilton,
Aye.
Mills,
Aye.
Lowry,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Chairman Jones.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Wright, Milton, Mills, Lowry, Morrison, and Jones. We have 8 aye votes.
Thank you. Item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Now our last item of the day, item number 8.
Item 8 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2021 operating budget of $10,000 to Vote 70 Inc., a charitable organization, sponsored by Commissioner Mikhail Lowry, Commissioner McWright, and Commissioner Brandon Morrison.
Thank you.
Turner moves the item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Turner.
Second by Milton.
Moved by Turner, second by Milton. Any commissioner wishing to speak on this item? Here now, let's take it to a vote.
Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
Aye.
Wright,
Yes.
Hilton,
Aye.
Mills,
Aye.
Lowry,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Chairman Jones.
Aye.
Have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Wright, Milton, Mills, Lowry, Morrison, and Chairman Jones. We have 8 aye votes.
Thank you. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. And that concludes our last item of the committee and our last item of the day. Everyone enjoy the snow and stay warm.
Take care. Good job, administration. Ms. Folsom. Today went pretty well. Y'all take care.
Take care.
Everyone
Thanks.
be safe.